Right. Okay. Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Planning Committee meeting now on the 1st of October. Welcome all members and officers, members of the public. We've got rather a large number of the public in the back today, and if any one of you have problems hearing of what's being said amongst discussions, please raise your hand. You cannot hear? Right. So all members, please make sure you raise your voice because you're facing me and not the public at the back. So I also ask that all my mobile phones be switched off because it does interfere with our apparatus. We're a bit late starting because, as you can see, we've been having problems. And I believe from Richard that we're not live in streaming today. It's been recorded and you might get it on YouTube tomorrow, but not as today unless something happens and we've got clarity on that. So, right, everybody all right now then? Right, apologies for absence, please.
Yes, Chair. Apologies from Councillors Harris and Webb.
Right, thank you very much. The rest, I'll carry on now with introductions. I'm County Councillor Ruth Edwards. I'm the Chair of the Planning Committee. And to my right?
I'm County Councillor Peter Clark and I'm the Vice Chairman.
Denzil Turberville, Solicitor.
Philip Thomas, Development Services Manager.
Mark Hand, Head of Placemaking, Housing, Highways and Floods.
Richard Williams, Democratic Services.
Ian Bakewell, Housing and Communities Manager.
Craig O'Connor, Development Management Area Manager.
Andrew Jones, Development Management Area Manager.
Thank you all very much indeed for that. Declarations of interest now, please. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Application DM 2019-00595 and 00796. I have a personal and prejudicial interest, and I shall leave the room.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Alan Davis.
Application 00595. I have a personal and prejudicial interest in that application, so I will be declaring an interest and leaving the room.
Councillor David Evans.
Application DM 2019-00595. I'm declared an interest as I'm a member of the Monmouthshire Housing Committee and I'm a tenant, and I'll be leaving the room on that one, right? And on the other one is 2019 00900. The reason why I'm declaring interest on that is because the applicant's father spoke to me on the phone.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Eason and then Councillor Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Planning 2019-00595, item 4.4. I've got personal prejudicial interest as a connection with the applicants.
Thank you. Councillor Higginson?
Yeah, mine, Madam Chairman, is DM/2019/00900 with relation to a particular property in Rocket.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I've got to declare on 2019-351 both a personal and a prejudicial interest.
Thank you very much indeed. So there's going to be a few that will be leaving the room and they will not be in to discuss that application. We'll now go on to the accuracy of the minutes of the last meeting, pages 1 to 10. Anybody wishes to raise anything from the members in accuracy?
Prepared to move them, Madam Chairman.
I believe Mark wishes to give some clarity, I think, on, I'm not sure if those minutes or the previous minutes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's minutes from a previous meeting, so do you want me to come to that in a minute?
Right. Giles? Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Chair. Page 3 of the minutes of the last meeting, and it's the the fourth bullet point from the top of the page. The local member asks that the committee grants consent, etc. I didn't ask that the committee grants consent. I didn't vote for the application. What I asked was that, if the committee was minded to grant consent, that it considered removing permitted development rights for extensions, or B, that was dealt with as a different condition.
Thank you for that, Councillor Howard. Is that okay with you, Richard? Right, thank you very much. Right, Mark, do you wish to comment now or later?
I'll cover it now, Madam Chair, if that's okay. It's actually in relation to the minutes from a meeting on the 2nd of April. which related to works to this building and the extensions of the car park. In the minutes, it's clearly recorded that members agreed to additional conditions from the verbal presentation, and I'll read out here. Additional conditions be added, namely electrical vehicle charging points to be added into the scheme, as well as additional parking stands, which means cycle stands, to accord with sustainability criteria. These proposals to be added within 12 months of the scheme coming into use. Earlier on in the minutes, it talks about the application being approved subject to the 9 conditions in the report and 4 conditions in late correspondence. This is just a very technical point, but we need to issue the decision with the electric vehicle charging points condition as agreed by committee. But just in a basic principle of maths, the total number of conditions comes to 15, not 13. So I just wanted members, being perhaps particularly mindful of scrutiny given the applicant is MCC itself, just wanted members to be clear there were 9 conditions in the report, 4 in late correspondence, and then additional conditions verbally reported to do with cycle stands and electric vehicle charging points being installed within 12 months of the car park being brought into use. And that 12-month period, if you recall, is because the electricity supply to this building has to be upgraded to accommodate the EV charging. So just wanted members to be mindful of that and hopefully agree that that is the corrected wording of the minutes, and we'll issue the decision on that basis. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Mark. So that's 2 sets of minutes now that have been amended. Do you agree? And I believe also that Councillor Higginson moved. So do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Powell. Show of hands for those amendments and approval of the minutes. Right. Thank you all very much. Now, the first application today, Councillor Clark will leave the room. Thank you. This is application 00351, Woodbank, Glenesk Road, Llanhenach. All right, thank you, Phil.
That's good. There we are. Right. Thank you, Chair. Right. So Woodbank is a large detached dwelling sited in 20 acres of land close to the River Usk. You can see it in the central part of that photograph there, overhead aerial photograph. Currently operates as a dwelling offering private holiday lets with short-term rentals for up to 20 guests. The application seeks a change of use of the property to a mixed use incorporating self-catering and serviced accommodation and use as an events and wedding venue. The proposal does not involve any external alterations to the property. The existing driveway and parking area in front of the house would be utilised, and additional informal parking provision would provide for up to 26 cars. So that shows where the house is, the area in front of it where you can park, and the proposed car park for 26 spaces away from it near the formal gardens. A business plan and traffic assessment has been provided as part of the application, and the venue could cater for up to 100 guests, and accommodation for up to 20 guests to stay in the premises would be provided. The business plan suggests that external food caterers would be used during the events. The property, which covers 3 floors, has 7 bedrooms in total, with leisure facilities in the lower ground floor, and the function rooms would be on the ground floor, and there is a long terrace at the rear of the property. Let's just quickly run through the slides. So that shows the car park in a little bit more detail. It'll be a gravel car park. That's the lower ground floor. That's the existing ground floor. And that's showing the proposed ground floor where there would be function rooms for the events and weddings. And then that shows the first floor, which isn't changing in terms of bedroom layouts. A premises licence and approval as a venue for marriages has already been obtained. The dwelling is not listed and is not within a conservation area. There is, however, a site of special scientific interest to the southern part of the site and several trees protected by tree preservation orders. The key issues centre on the access and highway safety impacts of the proposal, as well as the impacts of noise on the amenity of local residents. The advice from Welsh Government given in Planning Policy Wales 10 would be to support in general new tourist development, stating in Section 5 that wherever possible, planning authorities should encourage and support developments which generate economic prosperity. The proposed event facility would not only bring tourists into the area, it would also generate a number of jobs in catering and hospitality. Policy S8 of the Local Development Plan says that development proposals that seek to deliver the Council's vision for sustainable economic growth will be permitted, particularly where they enable the continued development of key economic sectors such as tourism. The proposal accords with this objective by encouraging economic growth via tourism. The closest properties to the site are those at Castle Mill. They're approximately 140 metres from the terrace of Woodbank and set at a much lower level. Pencraig Farm is approximately 200 metres to the northwest of the proposed car park and set at a higher level. There are approximately 13 dwellings within half a kilometre of the site. The proposed event centre, especially wedding events, will inevitably generate noise and disturbance resulting from traffic generation, the playing of music, and people's voices in the garden or on the terrace. Planning Policy Wales 10 says that the planning system must consider the impacts of new development on existing communities and maximise health protection and well-being and safeguard amenity. Health impacts should be minimised in all instances. In such circumstances where health or amenity impacts cannot be overcome, development should be refused. Policy EP1 of the Local Development Plan says that development should have regard to the privacy, amenity and health of occupiers of neighbouring properties, and developments that would cause or result in unacceptable harm will not be permitted unless it can be demonstrated that measures can be taken to overcome any significant risk. The Council's Environmental Health team have been involved in recent months as a consultee of the licensing section with regards to the premises licence application related to events and wedding activities. And the Environmental Health team has assessed the noise assessment dated in February 2019. A premises licence was granted in March of this year by the County Council. Given the rural nature of the premises, with a number of residential properties in the locality at 150 to 200 metre distance, there is clearly a concern that noise from activities, particularly those involving music outside the main house, may be audible and give rise to disturbance. They therefore recommend that if planning permission is granted, that it is subject to conditions in order to minimise the potential for disturbance to the nearest residents. These conditions were essentially incorporated into the aforementioned premises licence, and Environmental Health requested that they also be detailed in any planning permission, being integral in the consideration of this change of use proposal. The issue with that, however, is that some of those conditions are unenforceable in planning terms. It is suggested that to mitigate the development to an acceptable degree, the following planning conditions can legitimately be applied. The premises would not be able to be to hold functions between the hours of 1:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. on any day. There should be no more than 100 guests attending functions at Woodbank at any one time. Live and amplified music could only be performed or played within the house, so there should be no external speakers or live performances situated outside of the dwelling. Live and amplified music can only be played within the house and only between the hours of 8 a.m. and midnight on any day. Internal music noise levels within the house would not be able to exceed a level of 95 decibels, while patio doors are held open for ventilation, and music noise levels at the access, measured at the access road and on the edge of the garden plateau, would not be able to exceed 55 decibels at any time. As part of the licence, the total number of external events is being restricted to 15 per calendar year, with no more than 10 external events being held during July and August. The planning application excluded any marquees, and there will be no functions held exclusively outside. Given the control exercised by the licence, it is not considered necessary for the planning permission to limit the number of external events. While there would be some potential for noise disturbance from time to time resulting from events being held at Woodbank, it is considered by officers that this can be acceptably managed by the imposition of conditions limiting guest numbers the hours of operation, and permitted noise levels. It is considered that the imposition of conditions would ensure reasonable levels of amenity are maintained for the local community. With these conditions in place, it is considered that the development will comply with policies DES1 and EP1 of the local development plan. There would also be a condition to remove permitted development rights so that any marquees installed on the grounds would need separate planning permission. The Council's Highways team has evaluated the trip generation assessment and confirmed that Woodbank is situated on a rural road with low traffic flows. The increase in traffic resulting from the proposed functions would be relatively low and would not lead to deterioration in highway safety or capacity. There are no alterations proposed to the existing access from the highway. The alignment of that access and its visibility from the lane is below standard, but the access has been used for years without incident, and the intensity of the use on particular occasions, i.e. when a function is occurring, would not be so significant as to require remodelling of the access as part of the planning application. The Highways Department therefore offer no objection to the proposal. There would be a total of 41 car parking spaces provided within the site for guests and staff. The submitted trip generation assessment states that car parking will be managed during any celebratory events held at Woodbank, with marshals guiding vehicles to the car parking areas and being present at the site access junction to ensure safe passage into and out of the site. The car park is informal in its layout and will be surfaced for the most part in compacted stone or gravel and landscaped in order to maintain that informality and minimise its visual impact. Deliveries for the site will continue to operate under the same pretext as for the current operation on the site, with delivery vehicles accessing into the site and refuse vehicles serving from Glenusk Road immediately to the east of the site access junction. In summary, these arrangements are considered to be acceptable and would not harm highway safety. The proposal is also considered acceptable in all other aspects, including impact on ecological interests. It is noteworthy that the Council's Business Insights Manager suggested that there was support for the proposal from the Celtic Manor and the International Convention Centre, but this is in fact inaccurate, and correspondence that members will have seen indicates that those centres, the Celtic Manor and the ICC, are actually not in support. They've objected to the proposal on access and highway safety grounds. We would comment, however, that the business is not reliant on this relationship, and the issues of access and amenity have already been considered within the report. So we would recommend approval of the application subject to the conditions in the report, many of which are to safeguard the amenity of local residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Philip, for that very detailed report. I believe we have somebody who wishes to speak. I think we have several speakers on this application. If you'd like to take the stand, and you have 4 minutes. Please state your name and you have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, Blenheim Community Council. Madam Chair, councillors, thank you very much for inviting me to speak up. Right, okay, is that better? Okay, the clock starts again. Madam Chairman, councillors, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I am full of admiration for councillors because they do have an awful lot of information to assimilate in this particular application. 94 documents from my count. We have concerns as a community council that the recommendation from the officer is unsound in this respect, and I'll detail it by going through the officer report for you. Start with the existing operation is a private holiday let for up to 20 guests. This has changed into a wedding venue with 100 guests. That's a significant increase and significant change in circumstances, and there's a lot of level of excitement at weddings, so you generate a lot of noise at weddings, and that is a particular concern to all the residents in the area. Now, as you highlighted in your report, the main issues are proposed developments and highways consideration, policy MV1 and policy EP1, amenity and environment protection. So, as a community council, we've noted that the highways around the area, there are single-track highways, country roads, they're not easily navigable. So the means of access is a significant issue for the site we consider. There's no proposals to amend the existing access or means of access. The current access, and please note, the current access does not accord with the current design standards and is operated in its current guise for a considerable number of years. So its current guise, that is changing significantly. There's a 5-fold increase in traffic, so we're going to have a big problem at the entrance to the site. What is also noted in the report, visibility is what may be considered to be below current standards for a rural road subject to the national speed limit. Visibility at the left is 13 metres. So that gives, at the national speed limit, that's 0.5 seconds. Someone has to respond if they see someone coming out of that entrance. At 30 miles an hour, that's just 1 second. So with the number of vehicles coming in and out, 1 every 2 minutes, I think that's a significant danger issue. If we go on then to the traffic generation, it says in, PPW and LDP, they consider that existing communities and maximise health protection within the local populace is a big concern. We've noted that there clearly there's a concern from all the local residents about the noise generated, and officers have also noted this involving music outside the main hours, being audible, giving rise to disturbance, considerable concern during evening hours in summer months as background sound levels become lower and residents more likely to be noting the noise. Now, wedding venues, as the night progresses, the noise gets increased more and more alcohol, more people go outside shouting, dancing, whatever you like to do at weddings. So you can't control these, and it's noted that the problem, however, cannot be enforceable via conditions. The condition of noise control goes to the heart of this application, of the recommendation. We suggest it's totally unenforceable. The condition is unenforceable, therefore we recommend the application be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. I believe we have another speaker. Could you also please state your name, and you also have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, good. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate the opportunity. So the community of Lanhennock strongly object to this application. The two major concerns we have are road safety and noise levels. So taking these two concerns in turn, I'll firstly talk about road safety. Following the Planning Committee's recent visit to Woodbank, I'm sure that you're all now aware that Lanhennock is a small rural village with narrow and largely single-track lanes. There are numerous blind spots and limited places to pass, which to unfamiliar drivers presents a potentially dangerous situation, especially when you consider the prospective scale of this application. You may have also noticed the 7 farms along the routes you took to and from Woodbank, all with livestock, tractors and other large agricultural machinery regularly moving from one field to another. There were reports submitted that prove that the lane is substandard and the access is inadequate. Despite these, Highways have approved the proposal. However, as residents, we are truly concerned that drivers who are unfamiliar with the blind spots and passing places will therefore turn Glenys Road into an unsafe place, potentially endangering walkers, cyclists, runners, horse riders and our children. Secondly, noise levels. You will be aware that Woodbank is in close proximity to a number of residential properties. In fact, the large French doors which access the veranda directly faces my house and that of my immediate neighbours. Even with 20 guests, we have in the past experienced excessive noise. Currently, the conditions proposed by planning mean that events can run from 8 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. 7 days a week, with the option to apply for permission to erect marquees or other temporary structures within the grounds catering for as many as 100 guests per event. The Environmental Health Department initially stated in writing that there is potential for music levels to be generated at the proposed location, which in their opinion could cause substantial disturbance to the residents living in the locality, and they therefore objected to the application. This comment was then revoked when the noise report commissioned by the applicant was submitted. However, the noise report was based on, and I quote from the report, that the only ostensible change of use is the introduction of the ability to sell alcohol on the site, and that the house itself proposed to continue much in the same manner as it has done for over 5 years. Having lived next to Woodbank for several years and being able to see the premises from my house, it has primarily been rented out as a holiday let for a maximum of 20 guests. Weddings, plays, music and corporate events for 100 people is substantially different, will cause significant noise, and the change of use is not purely selling alcohol on the premises. The noise consultant has stated that peak anticipated use of the house would not have the potential to significantly increase noise levels at the closest receptor locations. I would like to dispute this based on hard evidence. Recently, there have been 2 events that have both caused significant disturbance. There was a weekend stag party at Woodbank lasting 3 days, from Friday to Sunday, which involved a stand-up comedian and music. We experienced significant noise even while sat inside our house with windows and doors closed. I would guess this was an event for 20 people as per the holiday let conditions. I hate to think what the noise level will be with 5 times the number of people. My second example is a wedding which was held in a marquee in the centre of the village during the summer. Thank you. Approximately a kilometre away from our house and Woodbank. From our garden, we could hear voices and we could hear loud music with people singing. My point is that if we could hear this at a kilometre away, the noise disturbance from a wedding or events venue that is just over 100 metres away will be monumental, and I struggle to understand how the noise report can conclude the noise will be negligible. Can I just quickly finish by saying I believe there's a conflict with both national and local planning policies. Rural and enterprise policy, increased disturbance from traffic, noise and light pollution will have an adverse impact on the area. The transport policy, this doesn't promote sustainable, safe forms of transport, which reduce the need to travel. Placemaking and design policy states that developments must protect and enhance the natural environments and create safe and accessible places. This is not the case. Amenity and environmental protection policy, it doesn't have regard to privacy and amenity of health of occupiers. Thank you. In conclusion, we strongly believe that this proposal will have an adverse effect on residents and existing businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We still have another speaker. You also please state your name, and you also have 4 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Robin Williams, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of Planning Committee, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today in favour of the application. I have 4 short points to make in support of the application. Firstly, Madam Chair, the development fully accords with the local development plan, and in particular with policies S8, S10 and S11 that relate to rural enterprise and the visitor economy. And it also accords with the sentiments of Planning Policy Wales, paragraph 5.52. The development will clearly contribute to ensuring a healthy and diverse economy in this county. This is confirmed by your officers in paragraph 6.11 of the report in front of you. The proposed development has positive economic benefits for the county in that it will create 10 full-time jobs, and this is acknowledged with the chair of both the council's head of business and enterprise and the head of tourism development at the Welsh Government's Visit Wales, who fully support the development as it will provide a much-needed 5-star hospitality facility in Monmouthshire. The development will also provide quality accommodation to support the International Convention Centre. The proposed use of the building is also a natural extension to the current tourism use of the property that is used as a high-quality holiday accommodation. Madam Chair, it is acknowledged that local residents and the Community Council have concerns in relation to the scheme based on highway and noise matters. I'll deal with both in turn. In terms of the highway matters, a speed survey has established that the average speed limit along the road is 27.7 miles per hour and daily average traffic movements of 141 vehicles. This has been the basis for your highway officers to consider the scheme and the technical note provided by Aspi Transport, and concluded that the proposed development will not lead to deterioration in highway safety and capacity. They further concluded, Madam Chair, that the access is deemed acceptable in terms of forward visibility for vehicles leaving and entering the site, considering the existing number, frequency, type and speed of vehicles using the local road. Moving on to noise, the potential impact of noise for the proposed development has been fully assessed. A noise management plan has been proposed as part of the application and has been found to be acceptable by your environmental health officers who have carefully considered the application. The conditions proposed in the officer's report to deal with the noise management plan are wholly acceptable to the applicant and replicate and complement those included on the premises licence to hold the events subject of this application. There is therefore an element of consistency across the conditions proposed by your officers for the planning application in front of you and the premises licence granted in March of this year. Chair, to conclude, all decisions are a matter of balancing key material planning considerations. In this instance, both planning policy and technical considerations and mitigation plans strongly favour the grant of planning permission.
Thank you,
Therefore,
Mr.
Madam
Williams.
Chair, in accordance with your officer's report, I respectfully request that planning permission be granted subject to conditions.
Thank you again, Mr. Williams. Thank you. Well, we had a site visit there last Friday in the pouring rain, but we did spend quite a lot of time there looking around the premises. So several of the members were there on that visit, so I'll welcome any comments, please. First of all, Councillor Philip Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And there's, yeah, we had a really good look at this, and the only thing that's been sort of nagging at the back of my mind since I went there was the number of car parking spaces. I know it says that we can get 15 in front of the house. I think that's a bit optimistic personally, but if we can have 100 guests there and staff, particularly as it looks as if there could be 10 or so members of staff, have we made sufficient car parking space there, or have the applicants made sufficient car parking space there? It strikes me as being a bit tight, particularly as it's a single track road, so the opportunity of putting vehicles up the road to compensate for that would appear to be a little bit limited. I am a bit concerned about the number of car parking spaces that's there. As for noise, well, I live next door to a licensed wedding venue. It's about 100 yards away. They don't have them as often as everybody thinks they have, particularly there's an awful lot of venues in Monmouthshire now. This makes it 36, I think. And everybody has cut down. We were very, very worried about it at the time. It turned out that it's nothing like the problem that we actually thought. That's not to say that that it won't be at this one, but I only speak from my own personal experience. Yeah, that's the only thing that concerns me at the moment is there sufficient car parking spaces for the likely number of vehicles.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a wonky microphone there. Yeah, it was a helpful site visit, and in principle, I don't object to the diversification or the additional use, but I think, like Phil, I'm doubtful that the parking would be sufficient. The area to the front of the house wouldn't be laid out formally, or the plans don't indicate that, and I can't see how that there'd be sufficient space for caterers, entertainers, members of staff, etc., plus the wedding guests and anybody staying there. But moreover, I haven't seen anything, and I've looked at the noise assessment report, and I've come across such reports before. Choosing my words carefully, I think where there are opposing views, it would be easy to find professional sources that could support either opinion, either for or against. But I am concerned by the lack of testing or the lack of noise receptors outside the boundary of the site. I mean, the report makes reference to a marquee as well, but I don't think that's part of the application. Might have been for licensing, but certainly isn't for this. But you know, I've thought of the occasions where I've been at home in Gilwern. I've heard the children playing in the school ground over a mile away. I've at the front of the house. I can hear music coming from Green Man. I can hear when there've been events in Abergavenny, 4 miles away. I can hear it coming down the valley. Perhaps not to the degree that if I was trying to get some sleep, that would stop me from sleeping. Certainly if the window was shut. But when there are a number of houses in such close proximity to the site, I'm not convinced that allowing the weddings, the live music, the recorded music, even with the conditions, would be sufficient to protect the amenity of the neighbours. And where there is that element of doubt, and I think people have every right to be able to enjoy peace and quiet in their own home, particularly in a rural location like this, then I'm afraid I won't be able to support it. So I would move refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Higginson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I remember back in March with a licensing committee meeting here, which I chaired, and we considered this application, the application for a licence for this particular premises, Woodbank. And we went through everything then that's been gone through today. And we had, whilst there might have been reservations, at the end of the day, we decided to grant the licence. And there are things that need to be considered. If there's a problem there, it can always go somewhere else. There's always that chance you can go somewhere else if there's sufficient complaints. But those complaints must be justified. And when we granted permission for the licence to be held at Woodbank back in March, we didn't see that there could be, if there's complaints, you'd have to let them come. Because it would be a matter for another venue to decide whether it's right or wrong. So we agreed then that the licence be granted. It was. And I don't see any reason why we can't grant this application now.
Thank you, Councillor Higginson. Councillor Feakin.
Thank you, Chair. And just to echo Phil's comments, really, regarding the parking, within the notes, the applicants recognised there was a necessity for an overspill car park for 30 vehicles. But that position wasn't accepted on ecological grounds, and subsequently the overspill car park has been removed from the application. The applicant, in their own submission, recognised there was a requirement for a possibility of an overspill car park for 30 vehicles. My biggest concern would be the amenity effect if those cars, if there is an overspill situation, bearing in mind that there might be 10 people, 12 people working there, and then you're asking 100 people to come there as well, so you're talking possibly 115 people on site. Is the car parking, as it is presented to us today, adequate? Or should it also include an overspill car park that does meet an ecological approval? The reason for that would be if the amenity effect on the neighbouring residents who are having cars parked up the road would be dire. And so that's something which I wouldn't be comfortable in supporting the application as it is today, but not saying it shouldn't be sent back and asked for the overspill car park to be looked at again, maybe.
Thank you, Councillor Feakin. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. I must say that I do agree with about the parking. I think some more parking should be. But coming back to the noise, I know that Councillor Howard said that you hear noise from a long way away from Abergavenny and Green Man, but when you think of the size of an event like the Green Man, you're going to hear that for miles and miles. And the ones in Abergavenny are big events. This is only one event within a building, not outside. So I think that to compare it with the events that happen in big areas outside is not quite the same thing, and you're not having a small amount of, music just for a few people. Those big events have got loads and loads of amplifiers, so I think that's carrying it over-egging it a bit. So I'm not so much concerned about the noise. I think that can be controlled if the neighbours are troubled by it. A phone call and things can be looked at again. But I do feel that they need more car parking spaces. Even though most people come to weddings in 2 or 3 in a car, you've still got to allow for the fact that everybody might come in one car. So I think that is the only problem that I can see with it, is the parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. My concern was more to do with the conditions in relation to noise, because it says on condition 4, the premises shall not be used to hold functions between the hours of 1:30 and 8 on any day. And then it talks about, in condition 8, live and amplified music is only permitted within the house and only between the times of 8 and 12:30 on any day. I think that the condition 4 doesn't correspond in the same in terms of the number of hours, and I think it's, if there is, we don't know, because of possibly differences of opinion on the noise surveys, whether or not this will cause a residential amenity issue. But I don't think it's reasonable to have functions going on between from 1 up to 1:30, because I think that's too late. I mean, why aren't they? Why isn't that conforming and saying 12:30? Because if you think about it, basically that's only potentially if sort of 6.5 hours gap between the 2 times on any day, and obviously I don't think that that's necessarily reasonable. I mean, obviously it will probably finish at night time and then could recommence again at 8 o'clock in the morning. I think that's highly unlikely, because obviously people will go to bed in the meantime. But if people have drunk quite a lot and there is a facility of up to 20 residents to stay there at night, there is the potential for, particularly in the summer, loud talking outside and so forth. So I'm not quite sure how. I think the timings should be looked at again, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Easton at the back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I sat on the licensing committee when we approved the licence. But I come back to MCC's environmental health comments regarding the use of sewage disposal to a septic tank. From reading the report, I would understand that at the present moment, sewage is disposed of through the main sewage system. I'm rather concerned that there's nothing specific here about how the septic tank, how big the septic tank would be, and how the foul water from one system can be kept away from the other system. This doesn't seem to be said. This doesn't seem to be mentioned much by the environmental health. But I do have concerns that the foul water doesn't get into the environment.
Sorry,
I believe Phil will.
There's an existing septic tank, and that's proposed to be reused for the event centre as well. So that won't change from the existing situation.
So at the moment there's no mains. No. Okay.
We don't
and as regards the parking, can I just clarify that that's been looked at in relation to the parking guidelines, Monmouthshire parking guidelines, and it is considered that 41 spaces in total would comply with the parking guidelines for that sort of venue.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Davis, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we were all impressed by the facility itself when we visited on Friday. I understand the concerns of the residents and the issues about parking in the road, but if we look at the conditions and what the officers are telling us, then or if those conditions are applied, then all of those things will be dealt with. And don't forget, we're talking about increasing tourism, there's employment, and all the other advantages with this development. So personally, I think it will be a good development. It'll do a lot for the county, and I'm in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Dovey, please.
Thank you. A part of the car parking problem is the staff adding to the numbers there. Is there within our criteria for car parking the possibility where we could put a condition for the agreeing to this application that the extra staff that come in for an event are actually bussed in by the company? So you would perhaps have one vehicle bringing them in during the day and one vehicle taking them home at night, which would leave the car parking availability all down to the residents that are coming in, the guests, etc. Can we not make a provision like that? It would seem to be an obvious one. I know if you look at certain really large events, they do that to accommodate getting the maximum number of paying guests in.
Thank you, Councillor Dovey. Yes. Thank you, Phil.
If members are concerned about the level of parking and the prospect of potentially parking, well, there wouldn't have been any scope to park on the approach road anyway, it wasn't wide enough. Then we could condition that a travel plan is submitted and agree by us in tandem with highways to make sure that there was a well thought through, well devised scheme for getting staff to the site so that it didn't then impinge upon the parking for the wider users of the site.
Thank you, Phil.
As the person who brought up car parking, I go with that.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Howard and then Councillor Brown.
Just I suppose a point of order in a way. For those members who've discussed the application, considering that noise is a material consideration here, and it's agreed as part of the licensing committee deliberations, ought that to be declared as an interest? And the other, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Powell's comments about the noise. I appreciate the events I referred to are large amplified ones, but there are many that are not. The children in the playground aren't amplified. And the point I'm trying to make is, if you've got two people standing on the terrace and a house a couple of hundred metres further down the hillside, people are talking and the background noise is next to nil. They're talking, they might be laughing. You might as well stand there and play a trumpet, because it'll have the same effect. And that kind of noise disturbance, the jarring element, is worse than any kind of background noise. So I'm afraid I don't buy that argument, and I can't support it on either the highways parking issues or the noise.
Thank
Yeah, I did raise the issue, thank you, Chairman, about whether or not the hours could be changed, and I didn't get any response on that, but particularly condition 4, which talks about to hold functions between the hours of, instead of 1:30 and 8, between 12:30 and 8, because of the fact that obviously that's holding the functions. I mean, sometimes it even takes a while for things to wind down a bit anyway, even when it's actually ended. So I think that would be reasonable, and it will be more in line with condition 8. And I haven't had any response on that. Thank you.
Can we have some clarity on the hours, please, Phil?
I mean, the earlier time is for the music to cease, so which is only internal as well. And one would expect then maybe a function to go on a short while afterwards, after the music is finished, as it were. So I think that's what that extra hour is there to accommodate. But it's up to the members ultimately if they think that it's 12:30 is a more reasonable time for the functions to finish, then it's their option then to ask for that condition to be amended if indeed it's acceptable and the approval is accepted in the first instance.
Thank you, Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just thinking back to what this is being used for at the moment, there can be 20 people coming to take that house for a weekend or several days. They could be outside, have a barbecue. Have the neighbours had problems with hearing that sound? You know, because you can't just sit somewhere and yourself in your own house. You go out in your own gardens and you talk and chat and have friends round. It's not going. You're not going to be able to. Although I lived in the country, so I do understand. You're not going to be able to keep every place almost silent, even with lesser numbers. So I just wondered, has there been problems in the past?
No, a lot of people think that the countryside is very peaceful and quiet, but believe you me, it isn't, with tractors and stock and so on. But we're not looking at things like that. We're looking at a venue. Councillor Rees and then Councillor Jim Higginson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a point of clarity. Prior to this meeting, I took advice on my previous connection with the Licensing Committee. I was told by the Solicitor and Monitoring Officer there was no need to declare an interest, as it was a completely fresh application.
Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Eason. And I dare say Jim Higginson was the same thing. I'm also a member of the Licensing Committee, but I was not there at that particular meeting of the Licensing Committee.
Yeah, I mean, I question the similar thing, but I don't see any conflict, to be honest with you. And I'm prepared to move we accept this application, Madam Chairman.
With the amendments? Right. So you've moved with the amendments to approve the application. Do you have a second?
Can we just clarify, is that the amendment I suggested on the hours or not?
So the travel plan or the hours or both?
Well, yeah, I think we've got to be clear on what we're voting on. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that will be the amendments. Councillor Feakin? Yes, yes.
Sorry, both. Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Only to propose that we put it forward with both amendments.
Yes, definitely. I did say with the amendments. So you've moved for approval of the application. Is there a seconder for the approval of the application? Councillor Alan Davis. A show of hands for approval, please.
I believe that's 10, Chair.
10. Abstentions, please. Those against? Councillor, one against. Determination? Determination of approval with the stated amendments. Thank you all very much. Right, thank you everyone. We'll now commence with application 00595 on pages 55. This is the application in 62 Chepstow Road, Caldicot. And several members will now leave the chamber while it is discussed. Thank you. Right, thank you. So I gather some of you would have realised that at the back they cannot always hear clearly what the members are saying. So please, and it's specific as well for the interest of this application that somebody in the public cannot hear. So please raise your voices as much as possible if you are debating. Thank you. excuse me, sir, would you like to come down to the front here? Well, is it more beneficial for you to hear? That's right. That's quite all right. Are you happy to? Oh, you've got a chair. Thank you. Okay, right. Thank you. I believe this is yours. Craig, thank you very much. You can start the application now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, application is DM 2019-00595. It is at 62 Chepstow Road in Caldecott. On the presentation, you can see that the site is outlined in red along Chepstow Road. The application is for the change of use of this detached 6-bedroom dwelling into a house of multiple occupancy under use class C4. These are the photographs of the property in question. This is the access to the site, the track leading up to it. This is a site location plan showing the existing and proposed layout of the site. As you can see, it's accessed directly off a private driveway with parking provision in front of the property, which gives access to Chepstow Road. So the application is for a house of multiple occupancy. The application seeks a change of use for that purpose, with residents of the property sharing the communal living space, so the kitchen, living room, and having separate private bedrooms. The application provides free off-road car parking spaces to the front of the property, and there's no external alterations to the property that need planning consent. Within the application, as a point of clarification, there is a condition on this consent to outline that it would be for up to 12 people. Officers, having reviewed the planning permission and the use class C4, now recognise that given this would be a house of multiple occupancy, that it would be for 6 individuals only. So, as I'll come to in a moment, we will be proposing this HMO will accommodate 6 individuals, and that could be for families, which we will now come on to in a moment. So in terms of the application, as outlined in the report, there is significant objections from the local residents and from Caldecott Community Council, which have concerns for many reasons, as outlined in the report, in terms of noise, impact on traffic, impact on local residential amenity in terms of antisocial behaviour, and concerns as whether this is a suitable place for this type of house of multiple occupancy. Highways have reviewed the planning proposals and have no objections to the proposal in terms of traffic implications and the access arrangements. Environmental Health have also reviewed the proposals and have no objections in terms of the proposed change of use. This application has been made by Monmouthshire Housing Association, and as a result, Monmouthshire County Council may use the property to increase accommodation options in Monmouthshire. And Ian might be able to give you more information in terms of how we would propose to use the site in the future. However, it is worth mentioning to members that today we're looking at the land use as to whether this property is suitable for a house of multiple occupancy, not the end user. As I said, the report outlines a number of concerns with regards to the application being out of keeping and lists the number of objections to the application. In terms of Officer's recommendation, we've reviewed the proposed development and considered the principle of converting this detached property into a house of multiple occupancy acceptable. It would remain to be one single property with residents using communal areas, and therefore there's not a material change of use in our opinion. It will still be used for residential purposes. So therefore, as outlined in paragraph 6.2.1, the principle of the property being used for this purpose is considered to be appropriate. In terms of design, placemaking and the impact on the street scene, there are no external proposed alterations to the building. The building is also set back quite significantly from the road, so therefore the proposed change of use isn't going to have an impact on the area. We have reviewed the local residents' concerns and objections to the proposals, as outlined in section 6.2.3. We do not feel that this proposed development would have an unacceptable impact on local residents to warrant refusal of the application. There are existing first floor windows on the side boundaries of the property. Therefore, this is an existing arrangement which overlooks the neighbouring property's garden. Therefore, we don't feel that it is appropriate to condition any obscure glazing in this aspect, and therefore the impact on the privacy of the neighbouring properties is considered to be the same as it is now. In terms of traffic movements, we don't consider that this property would have a significant amount of traffic movements, particularly given it would be only used for up to 6 individuals. Also, in relation to noise and potential for antisocial behaviour, we do feel that the proposed development wouldn't have a significant increase in noise in the area, and the development, given that it is managed appropriately, wouldn't have an acceptable impact on antisocial behaviour. It would still be accommodated as a single dwelling, albeit they'd have 6 individuals in it. So therefore, as outlined in the report, planning officers are recommended to the planning committee that this application is approved, subject to the condition that this small house of multiple occupancy will be up to 6 individuals, and that could be used for families in terms of 2 families or 3 families, single parents with children. Maybe Ian would like to comment on what our proposals are for this building, but we are looking at the land use aspect here in terms of planning as whether this building is appropriate for a house of multiple occupancy. So we are recommending approval, subject to the condition that it would be used for 6 individuals only. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there some more clarity you want on that, Craig? Nothing?
Yes, just my colleague was saying that it is up to 6 in this particular instance, because that's what the C4 use class outlines. It may be possible that this site might be acceptable to accommodate additional residents at a later stage, but that would be subject to a further planning application.
We do have some speakers on this application, and I believe ex-county councillor, Councillor Harris, is now a town councillor, and so you have 4 minutes to state your place, please. State your case, Mr. Harris. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the Planning Committee and officers of the Council. I don't know if you can you hear me at the back? Yeah, okay, thank you. In the first instance, Monmouthshire County Council Planning Department has failed miserably to put on a general development procedure order as the 1995 Act, Article 8, to Caldecott School. And the issue around that is that this impacts on the legislation contained in Monmouthshire County Council's corporate safeguarding policy, which is a copy I have in my hand. Caldecott School is a state-of-the-art 21st century school. It costs 40+ million, and you know we've got the facilities of the 3G and around it, and we've got 1,200 children in that vicinity. The material consideration, this is a material consideration. Part 1 of the Housing Act 2004 is specifically concerned with dwelling houses in multiple occupation. The local authority has a statutory duty to ensure that there are no hazards and the health and safety is correct. And you have a duty, a statutory duty, to remedy the defects. I've lost page 3. The hazards. The hazards on this site. Positioning of the dwelling in relation to the school. Access to Chepstow Road, which is a section 178 and a part M of the regulation 5 in relation to access. The splay is not up to standard for the actual thing, and that would be a Grampian rights issue because of the land ownership. There's a lack of a footway, and the gradient of the drive is not DDA compliant, and it fails the Equality Act. I'm parking for 12, because we've got it down as 12 residents. And the parking, as we've mentioned just now, parking situation is not that good. Right. Right, lost the page. Bear with me. This application also fails to meet the Wellbeing Future Generation Wales Act 2015, and I've listed a couple of bullet points. It doesn't bring a cohesive community. It's not safe. To prevent problems, acting in collaboration with other people. The Housing Authority has failed to do that.
You have 1 minute left, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Under Section 50 of the 2014 Act, all parts of the community should be included in any strategy, housing strategy, that has been projected. You have failed miserably again to actually help the Town Council in taking this forward. There are issues. Within your report, you go on to say about licensing of people. The people have to be licensed, and then the local authorities have a duty to work with prisoners, which is Section 66 of the Housing Act. You know, you've got to work with prisoners, so you cannot discriminate against anybody going into this dwelling. And for me, I would ask that you take all these things on board, and the document that I've actually taken this from is for members of local authorities. It's a 396-page document that gives you everything about the Homeless Act in Wales. So please take that on board. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. We have another speaker also this afternoon. Please state your name, and you also have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Hallett. I represent the community and neighbourhood of Chepstow Road. The community is settled and peaceful, but is vulnerable because it is made up of elderly pensioners, many with health conditions like Alzheimer's, high blood pressure and heart complaints. Their carers visiting grandchildren, a severely vulnerable and disabled young man named Carl, who lives next door at 62A Chepstow Road. The The application for C4 hostel use is strongly opposed by the community. Over 70 written objections have been submitted because a change in status will make the neighbourhood less secure and less peaceful. These fears are based on facts. Shelter and the Big Issue provide evidence about the impact on the physical and mental health of people who are forced into temporary accommodation. The uncertainty of their situation, combined with poor or inadequate living conditions, creates tension and conflict between tenants and results in antisocial behaviour, noise nuisance, bullying and violence. The application is for a large number of people to share one kitchen and inadequate facilities. It has inadequate fire emergency safeguards. For example, there is no external fire escape. It does not provide access or facilities for disabled persons and will be located inside a neighbourhood area already full of vulnerable people. We agree with the Council's environmental manager who stated that the property is far from ideal. The property is not suitable for C4 hostel and would harm the health and well-being of the community. The Council itself recognises the heightened risks for antisocial behaviour, nuisance and violence, hence why it proposes regular visits from the installation of CCTV and a complaints hotline. C4 hostel status would forever turn 62 Chepstow Road into a revolving door of uncertainty. I speak for Carl and many of the elderly residents when I say we are already frightened about never knowing who or how many people will be living next door should C4 status be granted. The application alone has already made this severely vulnerable person feel even more vulnerable. This will affect all neighbours' amenity. The vulnerabilities of Carl and the elderly couple living at number 64 are even more acute to the revolving door of uncertainty because of the lack of privacy that exists. The opposition to this application is strong because the future of a settled and peaceful community is at stake. The application only provides uncertainty. No assurances are confidently given in an application that is littered with phrases such as, it is expected or is it likely to be. Throughout the application process, we have been told a variety of different things regarding the intended use of the property. One day it's for 6 families, another day it is for 18 individuals. Some days it will be fit for disabled use, as informed by Ian Bakewell to both Jessica Morden, our MP, and our Assembly member John Griffiths. The application as loan has only provided confusion and uncertainty to all. And what will happen the day after the granting of C4 hostel status? The change in use is valuable and the property could be sold on to a private landlord who would want to squeeze more people in. It is also feasible that the applicant may want to change the use of property again and that we and the school could find ourselves neighbouring paedophiles, drug addicts, alcoholics and murderers. Should a neighbour become a victim or experience any distress, their only recourse is a phone call to the police or a phone call to a remote representative of the housing association.
Could you please wind up? You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Safety concerns should always also be given towards the driveway of 62 Chepstow Road. The driveway does not meet vehicular access standards. It's too narrow, too steep, has no spay, yet it leads onto one of Caldecott's busiest footpaths and roads. To end, I would like to remind you of the planning policy for Wales, which outlines the following: the need to recognise the strengths of existing communities, the need to ensure social development work for all members of society, and the planning decisions taken will improve the lives of both the current and future generations. The community is settled and peaceful, yet its makeup is old and vulnerable. As recognised by suggestion from Ian Bakewell and Mark Hand, in order to prove our amenity, trellis could be placed upon an already 6-foot-high fence, privacy film over windows, and 0 parking on the drive.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think you've had I've been more than generous with your
Okay,
your
well,
time.
I think we should reject this inappropriate application.
Right, thank you very much, Ms. Hallett. As you're all aware, most of us have visited the site anyway, but I believe it's in your ward, Councillor Higginson, so I'll ask you to comment first, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, you know, there's much been said about it, and sorry.
You also must state your name, and you have 4 minutes also. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Samuel Courtney and I act on behalf of the applicant, Monmouthshire Housing Association, in respect to this application for a change of use from a dwelling house to a house in multiple occupation at 62 Chepstow Road, Caldecott. In the first instance, you will note that the officer's recommendation in respect to this application is for approval. In addition, no objections to the proposal have been received from any of the internal or specialist consultees. I'd like to reassure members of the Planning Committee that the applicant has taken into consideration all the reasonable concerns raised by neighbouring residents, and I will attempt to respond to many of these. However, it should be noted that the report prepared by officers covers all of these points in greater detail. Many of the concerns raised centre around the nature of the proposed residential facility and the type of residents which will be accommodated at the property, the perceived risk of antisocial behaviour, loss of privacy and amenity, and the level of car parking provided. A number of residents have also stated that they feel that they have not been appropriately consulted. As set out in the committee report, there will be no single people housed at the property, and it will instead be used by the council's housing options team to meet their statutory duty under the Housing Act to accommodate local families who are vulnerable and at risk of being homeless. It should be highlighted that each family will be risk assessed prior to being offered accommodation at the premises under the careful management of the options team. The installation of CCTV is related to the security and management of the property and will not overlook any of the neighbouring properties. The proposal therefore represents an appropriate residential use in a residential context, and is not considered that a change in use will give rise to any increased impacts compared to how the property could be used if occupied by a large family as a standard dwelling house. There are no external alterations proposed at the property, and therefore be no loss of privacy or amenity to neighbouring properties. The works which have been completed to date are renovation works and do not require planning permission. In relation to car parking, there is ample room at the property to accommodate 3 cars, which is in line with the parking guidelines. However, it should be noted that it's very unlikely the proposed residents will actually own cars. And with regards to the public consultation, all the relevant neighbours and the Town Council have been consulted as part of the application process and been given the requisite time period to provide comments. All comments have been taken into consideration and responded to by the case officer, as set out in the report before you. In summary, the application seeks to provide much needed accommodation for families in the local area who are in danger of becoming homeless. The proposed change of use is entirely consistent with the relevant policies of Planning Policy Wales and Monmouthshire Local Development Plan, and no objections have been received from the Council's internal or the external specialist consultees. In addition, the proposal is not considered to give rise to any adverse impacts of amenity of the existing neighbouring properties. Members are therefore respectfully requested to follow your officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, thank you, Councillor Higginson. You may now start to comment. I had my hand over the thing, so that's why I missed the agent. Thank you, Councillor Higginson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Much has been said about this change of use of this property. First of all, the first I heard of it is when and pardon the expression, all hell was let loose in Calligott Town Council, or just before that anyway, when the proposal was put forward first. So you can imagine, I can accept how the near neighbours to that property felt. It's an extremely emotive and it's an extremely emotive subject that the nearby residents, concerned with. It's a family home, in my view, not a house for multiple occupation. I don't think it's suitable, and that's my personal opinion. The access, and you've heard about that, is I don't think it's suitable, and you could have 6 vehicles in there, or maybe more. There's a blind exit at the bottom of that drive. It is a potential hazard there, and with maybe 1 family car going down there, it's not going to be that. It's still a danger, but it won't be as excessive as if there was 6 going on there. Potentially, it could be more than that. I was not aware of this until just before he went to the Calligott Town Council. I was surprised that no one from Monmouthshire Housing or indeed this county council consulted me about the proposal to change the situation at that house. a house from a family home to a house in multiple occupation. I thought, it's my extreme view that I should have been spoken to about it, at least to have some knowledge of it. I had no knowledge of it prior to. There's been considerable alterations done prior to planning permission, which is applied for today. And there's additional stairways being put in there and different things there. And all that was done prior to this planning application. I don't think that's right, and I don't think it's acceptable. And when people can see what's going on there, and they know there's no planning application being submitted, what does that tell us? That Monmouthshire Housing Association are ignoring you know, us as councillors, and indeed the residents who are concerned. There's talk of it being a hostel, which you know, probably that's what it's going to be, and I don't accept that one bit, and I can't accept it at all. We talk about the noise and the resultant effect it's going to have on the adjacent properties, and I think that's a very valid issue. When we talk about the number of people in there, it's anyone's guess up to 12. So what does that tell us? Yeah, well, okay, you said 6, but if that's 6, that's 6. But I think I don't think it's been risk assessed properly. It is suitable for a large family, but no other. And I'm convinced in my own mind that, you know, that with the situation, even with 6 people, you could have 6 cars there. And I don't think that's acceptable. And I express my concern again that there was nothing, the local councillors had no idea what was happening here until this planning application came forward. I think that's disgusting. And under those circumstances, at least the local councillor or councillors can talk to the nearby residents and assess their feelings. The first we heard of it was and I don't blame them, I'd be blunt about it, was when they descended on the Caligot Town Council, and I mean en masse, and they were expressing their feelings very, very strongly, and I can understand why they did that, and I accept the reason they did it, and I don't want to say any more on it because I'm going to vote against this, and I'm going to propose we don't accept it because I'm not happy with the way this progressed and how it's gone about from day one.
Thank you, Councillor Higginson. I believe Mark wishes to comment, and Ian Bakewell is our housing officer. If there are any more queries that the members wish to ask, they can do so. Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to step in and ensure the members are considering the application before them, which is for a use class C4 house and multiple occupation. There is a difference between that and a hostel, and the difference between that and a larger HMO. So all that's before us at the moment is a class C4 house and multiple occupation for up to 6 individuals. In terms of planning considerations, the things we need to bear in mind are those set out in the report and via the public speakers. I note the comments in terms of members not being aware in advance, and from a housing department point of view, we take that on board. I'd offer an apology. For MHA, we'll make them aware separately, but that isn't a planning consideration for this. We just need to look at this solely on the planning merits of the case. Comments are made in the public speaking, in particular about who will be living there or who might be living there. Craig mentioned he was going to pick up on that, and then it's useful for Ian to come in to explain how the property is managed, albeit that's slightly outside of the planning process.
Thank you, Mark. Do you wish to do that now, Craig? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just pick up on some of the points Councillor Higginson has mentioned. In terms of the proposed use as a C4, use class C4 property, that would still run as a single residential unit, so very similar to a C3 use, a single dwelling house, as most of us live in. We can't control who lives there and how they behave, or how they deal with neighbours, etc., etc. So the C3 use and a C4 use function very, very similar. They have shared communal space, kitchen, dining, living room, etc. Albeit the difference is that they are unrelated, potentially. So you could have unrelated people living within the same house, which is why the planning consent is required. So in terms of how it functions, who lives there, how it's managed, we don't have control of that. With this particular application, if Monmouthshire County Council were to use the property and accommodate it, which I'll come on to Ian in a moment, then we would have that level of management, and residents would be able to speak to Monmouthshire Housing Association and the council in terms of the residents that are staying there. So it is that added extra. But members need to be aware that in terms of planning, when we're looking at giving consent for dwellings, C3 or C4, we can control how the people that go in there and their lifestyles and the way that they act. In terms of this particular application, as Mark said, it's not for a hostel, it is for a small house of multiple occupancy, so for up to 6 people. I appreciate what Councillor Higginson said about the external alterations to the building. We did review them and look at what was being done. However, the proposed work that was done didn't need planning consent. So replacing roof tiles and also changing windows and doors didn't need planning consent. So the applicant can do that without the need for getting any additional consents. Similarly, with the number of cars and the parking provision that's been provided, we wouldn't be able to control if this property, the 6-bedroom detached property, was occupied by a multi-generational family of up to X amount of people. We wouldn't be able to control the amount of cars that are being provided there, or the number of spaces. So in terms of the parking provision, it is acceptable. And we couldn't control the amount of people who live there. If it was used, a 6-bedroom house, I don't know how many people you could accommodate there sensibly, but we couldn't control the amount of people who are staying there. With this HMO, we would be conditioning it for 6 individuals. In terms of risk assessment, Environmental Health have reviewed the proposals and looked at it in terms of fire safety and have made recommendations to the applicant in terms of what they need to do. And they do need to do a fire risk assessment with them and go for the correct regulations and protocols. I've also spoken to Building Control directly on this site, although they don't need any additional building controls at the moment, given the existing, the proposed floor plans. Obviously, if they did need anything additional for any disability access, then they would liaise with the applicant on that, and the applicant would be able to provide the correct, appropriate type of accommodation for that person's needs. Also, similarly, in terms of noise and the impact on neighbouring properties, again, we are proposing this would be, the dwelling would be used for up to 6 people. If it was used for a C3 property, again, we wouldn't be able to control how they acted in terms of the impact on the privacy and the noise of the neighbouring properties. That would be for Environmental Health to manage going forward if there was a concern. So they were just picking up on some of those points. Ian, I'm not sure if you wanted to mention and talk about if Monmouthshire County Council are to use the property, what would be done?
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you. Can I just set a bit of context, really, in terms of our perspective as a housing service? I say we've got a statutory duty under the housing legislation to provide accommodation for certain groups of people. Homelessness is one of them. But in that general context, we've got a real issue with there's a shortage of social housing. There's typically always 3,000 people on the waiting list waiting for accommodation. And I see probably between a quarter and a third of those will be families. There is a lack of private sector accommodation in Monmouthshire. It's particularly difficult to access that accommodation from an affordability perspective. And from my own team's perspective, we do have an ongoing shortage of accommodation for homeless households. And one of our shortage is shared accommodation for families. We've got one unit or a building in Monmouth with 5 units in, and that is our only shared accommodation for families, which we use temporarily to give families somewhere to stay until there's a permanent offer of accommodation. So for some time, we have been exploring how we can meet the need for accommodation, shared accommodation in the south, or temporary accommodation in the south, should I say. As part of that, we can do it ourselves, and we can work with other agencies. And indeed, in terms of that accommodation provision, we work with a number of agencies. One of those agencies that have been helping us is Monmouthshire Housing, who, as you know, obviously went out and identified this property. So from a general perspective, we're trying to increase the availability of housing options in Monmouthshire generally, and part of that is for homeless households. And obviously we want to improve the quality of the provision for that accommodation. So as I said, we want to use this accommodation for families only. There has never been any other thinking. We've got other single persons accommodation in the county, and it's family accommodation that we were looking for, and that is what we will be using that property for. When a household comes through, there are a number of measures that we go through in terms of assessing risk and suitability. We always go through those procedures before we make an allocation. We have got a team of accommodation staff, which is led by my colleague here, Lindsay Stewart. As part of the team, we have 4 patch officers. An individual patch officer will be covering this particular property, and we have been considering all the measures. We've been considering the views of the residents as to how we can, maximise the management around this property. Because obviously we've heard the concerns and we understand the concerns, so it's an absolute priority for us to manage that property as well as possible. So as part of that, our patch officer, we would be looking to have a high presence. We've already talked about the CCTV, and we would work with other agencies such as the police. Around that management.
Thank you, Ian. Right, Councillor Powell, then Councillor Feakin, then Councillor Higginson.
Thank you, Chairman. As we've now just been told, there are going to be families accommodated there. There are many people, through no fault of their own, who lose their home. In fact, 40 years ago, I was in that position. And I was glad to have got into anywhere. I had 2 children at home, one away working. And there are many people about like that. Some are waiting on the housing list. And I think there's been a bit of scaremongering going on. Oh, it's going to be a hostel. There's going to be criminals in there. And there's another thing. You can live in a very salubrious part of a town, and you can have somebody moving next door to you who is badly behaved, is quite... socially not acceptable, but you can't do anything about that because that's a private house and you have to put up with it and ring the police when there's trouble. So it doesn't mean to say that because somebody is homeless that they're going to be of violent or sexual or any of those other bad things. And I think we've got to think about the people who are homeless and who don't have somewhere to go and need somewhere temporarily. It could even be one whole family. I have a grandson, or step-grandson, who's got 5 children, he and his wife. That would make 7, wouldn't it? And they live in one house together. But if you have 2 or 3 families living together, they can work really well. As I said, I was homeless, and a friend of ours, where my daughter worked on a farm, very kindly said, if you and Chris and Hilary come to us, we'll manage to accommodate you. I slept on the settee. My daughter slept with her sister, who was working there, and my son slept with on a camp bed. We were given a home until we could find somewhere to live ourselves. So there are many people about needing us, and I would support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Feakin?
Thank you, Chair. I take umbrage as well at some of the comments that have been made. I also spent 3 years in HMO. I don't remember antisocial behaviour. I don't remember there being any criminals in that HMO, and I don't remember there being any paedophiles in that HMO. But I do think also that in the absence of some information, some of those voids have been filled with fear. I do think that the application hasn't probably been consulted on correctly. I think that to bring it to committee now and reduce or half the numbers that have been presented to us, we went from 12 to 6, that's a considerable difference. If you're a neighbour and you think you've got 12 individuals who are going to move into the neighbouring property, that's substantially different than 6 people moving into the neighbouring property. Substantially different. We're also being told now that it's not going to be used for a hostel. I'm not sure where the word hostel has come from, but they're also that it'll be used for families. I'm also aware of the issues that MHA are facing. That we as a we have an obligation to provide housing. MHA are selling properties in Monmouth of a similar sort of nature in Monmouth town, and have been selling properties through their arm of Capsel. So there's a couple of points which I would like to be sort of just brought back into focus a little bit. Firstly, is it possible for us to condition this HMO grant through a Section 106 that it could only be operated through an RSL? And would it be inappropriate to ask that, where we're saying it's going to be limited to 6 individuals, to say that it would be 6 individuals made up of family units? If those 2 points are conditionable, then I think it alleviates a lot of the fears that have gone out there with that misinformation. But I think just being what's presented to us today, having a HMO for 6 individuals is so substantially different than 12 individuals to what a lot of the applicants or a lot of the objectors at the back might be considering.
Thank you, Councillor Feakin. I'll ask Craig to clarify on some of those points before I take other comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree with the criticism in terms of how the application has been presented in the report. I can only apologise in terms of the lateness when, as we're proposing this application, in terms of the number of people who will be accommodating it. This was a matter of planning law, really, in terms of looking at what a use class C4 can accommodate, and the maximum it can accommodate is 6 people, 6 individuals. I'll be honest, we did consider withdrawing the planning application to be presented. However, given the fact that it's a less intense use than what was being previously proposed with the 12 residents, it was considered appropriate to still present the application this afternoon, and with the condition they would be used for 6 individuals, and it's a less intensified use than what was being presented. But I completely appreciate the criticism that's been presented in terms of the way the application has been discussed with the local residents previously. But as I said, we are looking at the use class as it is now for C4 use class for 6 individuals, which would be managed if Monmouthshire County Council were using it for families to help them during a vulnerable period of their time in terms of whether their homelessness. We also looked at the conditions that you were talking about in terms of whether it became conditions or legally signed to an RSL or to families only. However, we didn't feel that there were significant planning reasons to refuse it on those grounds, and that's one of the tests in terms of applying the conditions, is would you refuse it if it was for individuals or if it was to be managed by another RSL. And therefore we didn't feel that it did meet the conditions in the circular, therefore we haven't added them, so it is open for anybody's use.
Councillor Feakin, come back please.
Thank you for allowing me to come back, Chair. I very much appreciate that. Appreciate the apology, first of all, of course, but I very much appreciate also the fact that you have looked at and considered the possibility of tying this into Section 106. My feeling right now is that we have had a presentation from us as a statutory authority. From my own experience as a county councillor in Monmouth, I know that we, as the statutory authority in providing housing, have no control over the registered social landlords. We can't make them do anything. There's nothing stopping us, for argument's sake, not saying that is the will, not saying that is going to happen, but there's nothing saying that in 6 months' time, if this doesn't work, there is nothing stopping the person who we thought was going to be the person taking on this property, i.e. the RSL, selling this property on to someone else because the property didn't quite work for them or something else. So there's almost the sense of misdirection, if you like, in as much as that we have been presented something with us today in this room that we are going to propose and accept something for a registered social landlord, but we're not tying it in. I think we should be tying it in. I think we should be tying it in to say that we because that's the presentation that's put before us, that we should be tying this in to a Section 106 to say that this HMO position is granted on the condition that it is let to a registered social landlord.
Thank you, Councillor Feakin. Do you wish to comment on that, Craig or Ian? Thank you.
Only that, yes, in terms of planning, we're looking at this in terms of the land use for that property, and whether it's acceptable as a C4 use class. We are not proposing this tied into the RSL. We are proposing this is a small house of multiple occupancy, so members do need to be considering that. It doesn't matter who is managing it or operating it, we are looking at the land use. So you are correct in that in the future, if Monmouthshire Housing Associated wanted to sell the property, it would have that use class as C4, so it could be used in house multiple occupancy. But I mean, the benefits, obviously, yeah, well, that's it, really. Yeah.
Thank you. Is that clear for you now, Councillor Feakin? Can I come back one more? Quickly, please.
If we was allowed to bring that as an amendment with that condition, then I would move that we accept it. If we're not, then I move that we reject it.
Thank you. Councillor Howard?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with the sentiments of the last two speakers, and particularly with Councillor Feakins and the desire to have some kind of control, because whilst I have no doubt that MHA would want to use it for the intended purposes, if that property did change hands or managed a different way, there would be no control over who would be there. And I'm just wondering if it's possible, if we can't condition that directly, if we could condition a requirement for a management plan that would include the nature of the tenants, and if that would address Matt's concerns, it would address mine as well. I have to say I'm massively relieved that the numbers have halved from 12 to 6, because I think that would be an over-intensification of the property. The matter of personal and wider safety has been raised. I mean, it's clearly not intended to be a secure institution. That's a different use class anyway. There's not going to be offenders there. I would point out that a fallback position would be within use class C3, is that you could have 6 people there with all sorts of conditions or issues. If there was an element of care, that wouldn't need consent, and that would be of greater concern to me. And also, I think there's possibly more control having, we've talked about the CCTV, the hotline. I think probably neighbours would have more control, and I'd be happier knowing I've been in a position of more control than if I lived next door to a neighbour who was extremely antisocial and sat in the garden to all hours playing music, drinking beer and making a racket. If there's people are causing an issue here, or families are causing issues, they can be moved on. So whilst I understand the concerns of objectors, and I'd be pretty sure that I have exactly the same fears and worries if there was a proposal like this next to me, and I can't think of anybody who wouldn't have that concern when going from the status quo to something that has an element of unknown about it. But putting the talk of and the fears of the pedos, the junkies, and I looked at some of a lot of the responses that were made online, and some of them were very reasoned. Others sounded like the Fritzels and Fred West were coming, and that's clearly not the case. But there really is a genuine demand, and there's a little bit of but for the grace of God, because as Maureen mentioned, there's people who will have lost their houses, they may have lost a partner, they could have lost a job, they could have lost a business, and I'd hate to be in that position, but I'd like to know that there was some facility there. It could be any one of us in that room who might need to fall back on that position, and I'd be glad that there would be, albeit some limited coverage for people in the county for that. So providing there could be some sort of management plan to cover what Matt is concerned about, then I support it on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Brown? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Councillor. I believe Craig wishes to come back first. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is slightly different in terms of a management plan for the actual site rather than looking at the RSL or the number of people. So we would certainly be able to look at that if members were minded to approve a condition to get a management plan off the applicant in terms of how it would be managed, and that would be a discharge of condition application then, which could be considered. So that was something that if members were minded to approve, they can look at. Also, in terms of Councillor Howard's comments in terms of the number of people accommodating the property, yes, we are proposing that this would be up to 6 people. If it was for any more people in the future, it would be subject to another planning application. So that would go through the normal planning considerations.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You know, I do appreciate the need for accommodation for homeless people, but at the same time, I appreciate neighbours' concerns in relation to this. Basically, looking at the application on page 57, it says there will be no single people placed here. This will be used as family-only accommodation. And what I'm concerned about is obviously, you know, we can't tie it to a Section 106 RS, registered social landlord, to make sure that the management of the building is correct. I mean, you've said a management plan. I'd like to know how strong that is. And the question is if you look at condition 3, which is the one that we're on page 61, which is the one that we're talking about amending, it says no more than 12 people shall occupy the building at any time. Now, basically, you've now said that this should be no more than 6 people shall occupy the building at any time. But I would like to add the proviso for families, because I think that would deal with a lot of the concerns here. And I mean, when I'm talking about families, I'm also talking about you know, it being defined as single parents with a child. And I'd like confirmed that the individuals, obviously, if you've got a single parent with 1 child, that will be equivalent to 2 individuals, as opposed to, you know, only counting adults as individuals. I mean, but I think that would help alleviate some of the things, and also the issue about succession if it was, you know, taken over by a particular landlord. I mean, I think the management of it is very important, because in another authority I did have a problem with the house in multiple occupation, and obviously, you know, to keep I'd like to know a little bit more about how MCC will be involved in ensuring that the management of the building is you know, kept under, monitored in a sense. And I don't know about the CCTV, whether that can be a condition as well. But I think we need to add this about, you know, family accommodation, because I did go along and I saw, I went round Monmouth and I did see, you know, a single parent with her child who was homeless. And obviously, you know, I appreciate that, you know, we've been told about the vulnerability of people in the neighbourhood, but she was also vulnerable, you know, because she was without a home and a single parent. So I think, you know, we've got to be careful about not pigeonholing people just because they are in the unfortunate position of being homeless. But at the same time, I appreciate the neighbour's concerns. And in terms of demand, you know, we've just heard that this is primarily for family accommodation. So why can't we actually just add a few words onto the condition to make sure that that's the case? Because 6 individuals could be 6 separate single individuals, and you know, that's what the planning consent says. And I don't think that's strong enough, quite honestly. And I think that would improve the situation and would help with, you know, some concerns about parking and so forth. Because, you know, if it's families, then you're going to, if they do have a vehicle, I mean, obviously some homeless people don't have a vehicle, but if you do, then, you know, obviously, if you're talking about families, then, you know, 6 single people could potentially have 6 vehicles, but obviously, possibly families might have more than 1 vehicle. But I think, you know, in homeless accommodation, that's probably, in terms of wherewithal, that's probably less likely. And I would like to, hear further from Ian about Ian Bakewell about the possibility of doing that, because I think it would achieve what's wanted here in terms of homeless accommodation for families, and at the same time, set the neighbours' concerns to rest in a sense. But I don't think it's good enough to say 6 individuals. It's not strong enough, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to comment on that, Ian? Thank you.
That would be completely appropriate on the basis of the discussion. I mean, being realistic, 6 individuals would probably equate to 3 single parents, each with a child. So that would be that would be compatible with our thinking at the moment. I think just to touch on the issue of the parking. We've given the residents an undertaking that we would look at the parking arrangements. I think there was a comment made about the display certainly on Mr. Parrish's side. So we understand that. So we said that we would look at that.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Powell.
I mean, if I could just come back. Somewhere, and I can't find it now, it said something about there'd be somebody calling once a week. Did I see that?
Yeah, what we say, we have, I call them patch officers. So there's a designated member of staff who would be responsible for this property, together with other properties in the area. The aim, as we sit here, would be to try and visit as close as possible to every day. We certainly would be looking to have a more intensive approach to that particular property. As compared with the stock as general, but we're in a position to be, to react if there's any issues. And as I say, we've got, in addition to the patch officers, we've got Lindsay Stewart, who oversees the accommodation, and there's a team manager as well.
Quickly, please.
In the farming community, we have tied cottages, which are only be allowed for agricultural use or people working on the farm. So that is it possible to have a clause that would say that if this was going to change hands, if it was going to be used for something else, it would have to come back to planning? I don't know how you could word that, but you know what I'm saying, don't you?
I believe it would have to come for a change of use if it came back to a normal residence. Is that correct?
It can go back to a C3 normal house without planning consent, actually. But any other type of use.
Yeah, I meant it going on to somebody else in charge. There's been concern that if it should change hands, the landlord might let anybody in. Is there any way we can control that?
Chair, I think our advice, and we have had a good long discussion about this as officers, is that it wouldn't be a reasonable condition to try and control who the occupier of the property is, for the reasons that Craig set out. So with the agricultural workers' dwellings, it's a slightly different scenario because you're approving a house in the countryside where normally you wouldn't approve a house. And that's the reason it's there for an agricultural business. So that's the only justification for the business. This is a house in a town centre where we would approve a house in normal circumstances, but the building already exists, going from being a large family home to a HMO. So I guess to try and sum up some of the discussion, in terms of what's actually going to happen, what's actually proposed at the moment in reality, it is owned by MHA. The intention is that it would be managed by Monmouthshire Housing for use by homeless families. But can you control that via planning conditions? My advice to you is no. So the concerns that someone might sell it or do something different are legitimate concerns. We've assessed it in terms of whether it's acceptable as a small HMO in its own right, and we believe that it is. Some of the concerns around criminals and the like, there's different controls around where people on the child protection register would or wouldn't be accommodated, and you wouldn't accommodate them next to a school. That's governed via a separate process. But that doesn't answer all of the concerns around antisocial behaviour that the residents have said. So I think that's part of the dilemma before committee. In terms of parking, if it were a large house, just accommodated as a house, we'd have no control over that. 3 parking spaces is the maximum we'd allow for. We are talking about families who are homeless, so the likelihood of multiple families owning a car is probably pretty slim. The driveway is what it is. Ian's mentioned looking at the splay. To clarify that, it isn't creating some kind of new splay across the neighbour's land. There used to be some form of rockery or something at the bottom of the drive that pushed you to the right-hand side, so you had a bit more visibility. So they could look at that. But the nub of it is, as a small HMO, and in terms of just being completely clear about why we're now saying it's 6 individuals, that's from a discussion today where it became clear from another query about the use that it is a use class C4 proposal. So what used to happen is you used to have use class C3 as a house, and then a house of multiple occupation above that as a sui generis use. Planning legislation introduced use class C4, which is for a small HMO of between 3 and 6 individuals not living together as a family. So that's what's been applied for, and that's what we need to consider. What we've been talking about up until now with neighbours and they've been concerned about is a larger scale proposal, hence the condition looking at up to 12 individuals. So that's why that last minute change is the recognition that C4 can only actually go up to 6 individuals, and to do any more, that condition will be ultra vires. So that's why the limit's there now. We're not saying it's not suitable for more people as officers, but any change above 6 would have to come back before committee as a brand new planning application with new community engagement, albeit you've heard most of those concerns. So the nub of it then, Chair, is the property suitable for use as a small house of multiple occupation up to 6 individuals? I know there'll be some reassurance in terms of how it will be managed by housing, but are there controls we can put on there other than through a management plan condition, which would look at things such as the visits, the CCTV, the behaviour of tenants, that wouldn't go as far as stretching to the nature of the occupants. My advice to you is that isn't a step we could take in planning terms, to have that added step. So yeah, I think that's as clear as we can make it, unfortunately. I understand what members are suggesting, and we have gone through those deliberations ourselves to see if we can legitimately do it. It would be really easy for me to sit here and say we can do it. The reality is MHA probably wouldn't challenge such a condition. But if they were to sell it, or they change their minds later, they could apply to vary the condition and we wouldn't have a leg to stand on. And I feel like I've been misleading you to send you down that direction now. So if you were to choose to put on that condition, that's up to you, but just go in with your eyes open, that it could be challenged, and I don't think we'd be able to defend it.
Thank you. We've still got a couple of members because some have been coming back, and I think we've debated this very long and hard and tried to address all the issues and the issues raised by the neighbours. Councillor Dovey, you've been very patient. I allow you to speak now.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't say much, but across my desk has come a number of issues with this, with some people phoning me up. One of the ones is the issue with regard to Orchard Drive and Orchard Close, where there is a conflict there. The drive is very close, and the one backs up into what is a private road there, and the resident who has got the private house is concerned about the access. Now, I just want to raise that because we've been talking about the number of vehicles that may be there in the future. So we really want to make sure that we get the vehicle plan for this area sorted out, and the maximum number of vehicles, because you've got people with private access to their own properties. in that area. That's one of the things. In the conversations we have been having here, some people were talking about whether it's got a fire escape, and there was another question about the facilities. Have we got the facility, the definition of what this is going to be used for? Is it going to change use or not? Is what we're going to put into it in terms of facilities, are they going to be capable of changing their application? Really, what I'm saying is, if you can't really design the thing to work until you are absolutely sure of what the people who are going to use it, or what is their profile, if you like. And I suggest you can't make more than one change about that. So we really need to know in our own minds, and so does Mon Housing, what are the likely outcomes for this building, because it can't be anything to everything to everybody. So you've got to have you've got to have a firm plan ahead. The other thing is, it's going to be for families. I mean, we were up there, and to be, I would have liked to have seen a bit more of the building and the plot it's in, because I don't have an idea of what that building is. It was a place with a big sort of area for car parking and a house, but a house is more than just a pile of bricks. If it is going to have people in it, it needs a thing in it and outside it to make it a home, so garden, something or other like that. Maybe if it's some people that need to have something to work at, maybe room for a vegetable patch or something or other like that. So we really need to know what this property is going to be for. I've said something about the number of vehicle places, but I really think we've got to, having gone through this, you've got to go back to square one and decide what is this building going to be used for? What is the profile of the people that it's going to be used for? And if that profile changes, what are the likely ways it could be changed economically for use by somebody else? And I don't get the feeling that listening to all that's going on around here at the moment, I don't get the feeling that anybody knows clearly what they want to do with it. I really don't.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to answer Councillor Dovey?
Just one other thing. I think we probably missed the T as far as the committee was concerned. I think we should have had a better look at the building and seeing what it was and what the total package was for the building, because I think we would have been better equipped in this debate than we are now. I'm not being critical. I think we should learn from this, but we shouldn't just take these things as being as simple. It's you start from the ground up, and I think I would welcome another visit to the building, and with a clear presentation from Mon Housing and Mon CC about what they've thought through, what is their plan for it, what is the customers that they are going to serve. And you can't keep chopping and changing. You've probably got two options with it, and start from there again, almost with a clean sheet, because I think this is a real mess.
Thank you, Councillor Dovey. I believe Mark can address anything that's raised there, because I think most of us have been listening quite intently of all of the discussion that we've had this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm slightly unclear what the uncertainty is. I know there's been lots of different things talked through, but the floor plans there are clear in what's proposed internally. If Phil can just flick back through them. So it is a large single dwelling, multiple bedrooms upstairs, proposed to be changed into a Class C4 house of multiple occupation. Application is put in by Monmouthshire Housing Association. The intention is to be managed by MCC Housing to accommodate homeless families. But we talk through the extent to which planning can or cannot control the way in which the property is occupied, so who might live there. While we've been debating that, I have actually had an email in from MHA, which has confirmed that MHA wouldn't be selling the property because they're receiving social housing grant to buy it, and that restricts what they can and can't do with it. Apologies for asking across the chamber, Madam Chair, but it'd be helpful if Ian could clarify what restrictions SHD places on the ability to sell. And MHA has also said they'll enter into a 10-year lease with Monmouthshire Council's housing department in terms of managing the property. So that could fit into a management plan condition that members started talking about earlier. But with your permission, and apologies for asking across the chamber, it'd be interesting to clarify from Ian if social housing grant does affect MHA's ability to sell the property, and if therefore that reduces some of the concerns that have been expressed.
Thank you, Mark. I'll leave you to answer that, Ian. Thank you.
I'm not going to pretend to know the definitive answer to that, but I do know that there are implications and restrictions around that. So it's probably at its most basic. Monmouthshire Housing would probably have an obligation to repay social housing grant in that regard. But just going back to one of the points you made about risk assessments, I know Craig's already said that Environmental Health have assessed the property, but there's also been a fire risk assessment. Yes, that has identified a number of obligations on ourselves, but nothing of any magnitude. You know, things like carbon dioxide detector, signage. So in the scheme of things, quite minor things, and nothing around fire escapes or anything like that.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Howard's been patiently waiting there, then I'll take Councillor Brown. But please be as brief as possible, because we've spent an awful long time on this application. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've listened to the arguments and the comments. I would prefer to see a condition for the type of or the nature of the residence, but I agree with Mark. There's no point trying to paper over it. That just wouldn't wash, and it wouldn't stand up at appeal. I'm going to move the application subject to the conditions and one for a management plan, and on the basis that the management plan, when it comes to discharge, should come back to committee, and that if members wanted to avail themselves of a further site visit, that might then, if it's appearing on the agenda, be an opportune time to go back to the site, if that would help. The other thing I forgot to mention when I spoke before, and why I wanted to come back in, was I do see that there's an issue with the first floor windows in the side elevation facing the neighbouring property. Goodness knows how they got there and how the house got consent, but I'm sure that's another story. I think you could reasonably argue the case for obscure glazing in the side windows. For the shower room, it will be immaterial anyway, because it's bound to have that. Bedroom 5, a small bedroom. Bedroom 6 already has a window looking towards the rear, so it would really only affect bedroom 5 if those 3 windows were conditioned to be obscure. And I think you could make the argument that as an HMO, there's possibly more chance that the residents would spend time in their bedrooms rather than in a shared amenity space, and that there'd be more chance of overlooking of the neighbouring property, which I think would be extremely unfair. And whilst I know we can't use this application to right a wrong that occurred with the previous development, I think it could be justified on the basis of the different type of use of the upstairs room, and that's a degree of intensification. So on the basis of the conditions, the management plan, and that I would move it. But on the basis it comes back to committee for us to look at the plan, and I suggest it needs to be robust. And if MHA want to put details in there of who the accommodation is intended for, i.e. families, then that would be extremely helpful and could be perhaps controlled then by us.
Right, thank you. If you will, made a note, officers, of those recommendations there. Thank you. Councillor Brown, quickly, please.
Yeah, I just wondered if the plan itself mentions the type of accommodation, would that help in terms of enforcement? Because what I'm not happy about not having this for family accommodation. I appreciate that you say that there would be difficulties in enforcement, but I think there are arguments in terms of residential amenity and also parking, because it does make a difference in terms of the occupiers that you have in a property as to the demand for parking, and also in terms of things like noise, because when I was in another authority, I had a problem with the HMO because I had 6 young people in there at once, and if it just says 6 single individuals, I'm still concerned about that. And I appreciate what you're saying about the problems about supporting the condition, but I think if you add that on about residential amenity and also about the parking issue, I think that does actually add to the reasons behind adding that extra little bit. And I wouldn't be happy really with this application without that extra point added, because at least it points the in the right direction, and it's in the way that we would like to see. And I appreciate that there may be arguments later about variation of condition, but I mean, I do think that's important for those 2 reasons, and they're 2 planning reasons actually.
Thank you. Mark?
Thanks, Madam Chair. There's a couple of good ideas in there, which I'll just come back. In terms of wording on the plans, I can understand the logic of what's asked, but to change the property from a HMO accommodating, to say, homeless families, if that were written on the plan, to an HMO accommodating somebody else, that wouldn't require planning consent, so it would just be words on the plan that we couldn't enforce. It probably doesn't overall change my advice about the strength of the condition if it were challenged, but I can certainly see the point you're making in terms of if you did condition it to be for homeless families on the basis of the families part being important in terms of traffic generation, number of cars, then that certainly makes it a stronger argument. I don't think it completely changes my advice to you, but it certainly makes it stronger if members were minded to go down that route.
Right. Thank you. I think everybody has had chance to speak now wholly on it, but you could have a house there with 2 parents and 4 children and all with a car, and you couldn't do much about that. I believe now that Councillor Higginson, do you wish to comment as it's in your ward? I'll give you the last chance.
Madam Chairman, before we vote, can we actually be clear of the conditions that we're adding? Thank you.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Higginson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I've sat here for a long time and listened quite intensely to the comments being made. Yeah, I mean, I can remember my family. There was a grandfather, grandmother, and 2 families of 4 in a 3-bedroom house. So I know what over occupation is about, and where families have had problems during their lives, and if I put it that way. I'm still not happy with this, and it's clear from the time that it's gone on, members have many reservations as well as to the use of this particular property. So I'm going to move we vote this application down.
Thank you very much, Calvin. Could I have clarity from one of the officers now exactly what we've amended now on this application, so they've got very clear sight of what the members are now going to approve or disapprove?
Yes, so there's been a recommendation from Councillor Howard to put a management plan condition on in terms of how the property will be managed, and also a condition for obscured glazing. That's my understanding. In terms of the families, as I outlined previously, we're looking at land uses, whether this is a C4 use. I don't think we can discriminate against single people if they were to be accommodated there. And we're looking at whether that property can accommodate 6 individuals. That's what the condition's there for, notwithstanding whether they're in a family or whether they're a single person. I personally don't, as my professional opinion is, I don't think that condition would stack up and would be reasonable. If members are minded to put that condition on, that is up to you as members.
If you don't include that condition and include reasons like parking and traffic and so forth, then and residential amenity, then I will vote against this application. It's that important, I think.
Mark?
Then, Madam Chair, that's entirely up to committee. That's just our advice to you. I back up what Craig said, but it is entirely for committee. So that condition, if committee were minded, could be put on with the reasons that Councillor Brown suggested. I'm not sure if that means you need to take 2 separate votes, one with the 2 conditions added and one with 3, or if you want to take all 3 conditions as the motion. I'll leave that with you.
Councillor, sorry.
Woodhouse. I'd just like to support Louise, because the documents and all that I've been reading stresses families all the way through it. So I think it is important that if we can put a condition on that it's for families, that would be very helpful.
And families could mean any interpretation, whether they're married or children or whatever. But I think the word family should be in there, if that is at all possible. Is that possible?
If that's committee's wish, Madam Chair, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if that's committee's wish and you're voting on those 3 conditions, so management plan, obscure glazing to the windows that Councillor Howard mentioned, and in reference to family accommodation for the planning reasons that Councillor Brown set out, then if that's what you're voting on, then we'll await your decision.
Thank you, because obviously they're going to be assessed anyway, anybody that occupies that, so that'll be quite stringent.
I'm happy to move that, Chair.
Right, thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Feakin. Do I have a seconder, please? So second by Maureen Powell. Could I have a show of hands for all that we've discussed and approved? All 3, yes, yes. Could I have a show of hands for approval for that, please?
Counting 7, Chair.
Right, 7. Those against? 1. Right, thank you. Any abstentions? No. So then that has been carried. Thank you. Sorry. 8. Right, thank you. Right, thank you all, and thank you all at the back in the public for being very patient, and I hope you've all think that we've given it a real good airing now that it has come back to committee. Thank you. Due to the long applications that we've had this afternoon, I will now give 10 minutes break for members. Thank you. Please be back within the 10 minutes. Right. Thank you, members. We'll now commence with the Planning Committee. We now go to 01248, and this is in Chepstow Castle Car Park on page 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Phil.
Okay, so this is for Riverside Pavilion building in the car park there, which you can see in the photograph. I'll just run through the slides quickly. That's where the actual building is going to sit. It's a shot just further over, so it's in the left-hand side of that photo. That's looking at the context of the castle, and the building will be further back in this corner. And then that's showing where it is in the red line there, in context of the castle and the river, the car park. That's a more detailed block plan. It shows the gangway going down into the river as well. And the building would take up 6 car parking spaces. And then that's the pavilion building, which will feature a cafe and ticket office to get to the gangway then for the Riverside cruises. It's a 2-storey building as opposed to previously an approval back in the 2000s and then renewed up until 2012 as a renewal. It was a single-storey building, which I'll show you later. And that's the Riverside elevation. And then end elevation showing the gangway as well. And the other gable. And that's floor plans. And that's the previous approval. It's a single-storey building. Same location. And it had an asymmetrical roof. So I'll take it back to the current scheme. So there we go. Right. So the approved building measured 30 metres by 6 metres and had an inverted roof, as you've seen, that was 3.7 metres high. And the building would have been finished in render and timber cladding with an aluminium standing seam roof. The current proposal measures 14 metres by 10 metres, and it would have an eaves height of 5.4 metres and an overall ridge height of 8.5 metres. It is mainly clad in hardwood timber, which will weather to silver over time. The main issue in this case is the increased visual impact resulting from the proposed 2-storey structure over and above that of the previously approved single-storey structure. A heritage impact assessment was submitted as part of the application, and the new proposal, which is the subject of the current application, occupies broadly the same footprint, but is of 2 storeys and has a simpler pitch roof, as you can see. The increased space allows greater flexibility and better facilities for the visiting public. The simpler design of the building means it's more in keeping with the historical buildings in this part of the conservation area. The increase in height does not detract from the setting of the listed castle because the proposed building is set at a lower level and is partly screened from views into and out of the castle by the existing mature trees that are growing between the proposed site and the castle. The proposal does respect the existing form, scale, siting, massing and materials of its setting and the neighbouring quality buildings. The natural views and panoramas, including the castle, the historic River Wye Bridge and other buildings within the conservation area have been assessed in detail in the Heritage Impact Assessment, and the proposal has been shown to respect these. The proposal will help to contribute to a sense of place and will enhance the appearance of this part of the car park, making a positive contribution to the historic area. The proposed building will use building techniques and design styles which will enhance the wider area, and it's been designed to look similar to an historic boat shed. The design has been carefully thought through and accords with the objectives of policies in the LDP. It would result in the loss of 6 car parking spaces. This is the same number that would have been lost under the previously approved scheme. The car park mainly caters for tourists visiting Lower Chepstow in general and the castle in particular. The proposed building may also generate new demand for car parking spaces. The car park has 99 allocated spaces for cars and 5 for coaches, but it is in fact rarely full. On the previous application in 2006, it was concluded that the overall economic benefits for the area as a whole from having this facility will outweigh any potential problems caused by loss of parking, especially as the car park is rarely full. So that opinion remains pertinent today in our opinion. The proposal would not harm residential amenity, It would enhance the retail offer for the centre of Chepstow, and in addition, subject to conditions to control lighting and an ecological construction method statement, it's concluded that the project will not adversely affect the integrity of the ecologically protected sites in the vicinity of the site. NOW are satisfied with the flood consequences assessment and do not object to the proposal, provided the finished floor levels are set at the level specified in the report. So notwithstanding the concerns from residents, including some you've seen in late correspondence, we would recommend approval subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil, and most members were there at the site visit, and I believe the only Chepstow member we have on the committee is Councillor Dovey, although it might not be in his ward. But do you wish to comment first, as you are a Chepstow resident? I would take that first, please.
It'll be a bit bitty, but I'll give it my best shot. I think the idea of a facility in that position within the car park is really a very good one. And I had no problem with where we were to start off with. Where I do have a problem now is putting it up to 2 stories. And let me try and tell you why. From the Chepstow side, with it being on 2 stories, it doesn't look to have much of an impact on the castle. I was going to be an architect once in my youth, so dragging out bits and pieces. If you go to the other side of the river, and you've got to bear in mind the other side of the river is there and it's important, the 2-story building has an entirely different impact. The other thing about it is in front of the castle gate. If you filled in behind that the restaurant as it is now, you have the castle gate and the way the whole castle moves up the cliff face. So now you are changing it. You are going to have an all the year round situation where the castle gate is not seen as it's at its finest. And I think that is a great shame. We have to bear in mind that this castle was started off by William the Conqueror's nephew, because he had fought so brilliantly in the war. He was ceded the rights to this whole area and was given the authority to build a castle. This was the first one outside London, and it was started at the same time as the Tower, the White Tower, which we call the Tower of London now. And this is a very famous castle because it was finished before the Tower of London was finished. So this is the first finished stone castle in the country. So it has significance in terms of what is there. I'm not being negative. I think mark you, I think they're, when you see some of the pictures that are taken, they're very cleverly taken and selected, and whoever did them should be congratulated on what they were trying to achieve. But the fact of the matter is, I come at this purely, I'm not against the fact that there is going to be a facility there, but I think a 2-story facility there is overbearing for the site, which is of huge importance to people who come and visit the area, and they don't just stay in Wales to look at the castle. They go to the other side of the river as well, and go down to the back, they take photographs and whatnot of the front of the castle, with the castle gate, etc. So from me,
Thank you. I think
can't
Phil
vote
will
for
come back and answer some of those questions, although I'm sure we've all enjoyed the history lesson as well. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you. Yeah, just to look through the report, if you look at the consultees, we have taken this very seriously because there have been objections prior to this with the original application and obviously in tandem with this application, which is higher than the previous approval. And you can see that both CADU and our own heritage manager have assessed the application from important views and vistas of the castle and into the conservation area and the setting of the castle, the ancient monument and Grade 1 listed building. And they've assessed that there will be a slight impact, but the impact is not harmful, and the setting of the castle will remain preserved by that. So appreciate the councillor's view on that, but I'm just putting that in the context of what's been provided by the experts in CADU and our own heritage manager who's weighed up those concerns.
Quickly, please, Councillor Dovey.
I hear what you say, and I'm sure there were people that would take that view. But you asked me to tell you what I thought, and that is my view, and it is one shared by other people as well. But there you are.
Thank you, Councillor Dovey. Councillor Feakin.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the design itself is subjective. I really like this design. I like the idea that it reflects a heritage boathouse type effect, and I also think that the purpose that this building gives to that location, as opposed to the original purpose, and as much as this has got a viewing gallery and upstairs and makes more use of the same area, it makes more sense to make use of that same area. You've got the same costs and it's a little bit of height. So it is subjective, but I personally prefer this design compared to the old design.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
I couldn't have put it better myself, Chair. I think it's absolutely fine. If you look from the other side, you've got a wonderful view of the Travis Perkins yard. You know, this doesn't detract from the view at all. I prefer it to the original design. That was a little bit too futuristic, really, for... it was acceptable, but it was a bit too futuristic for the scene. I think this is far more in keeping. It'll provide a valuable service to the town and give it a new tourist attraction. Although how they negotiate the vagaries of the why and its tide remains to be seen. But no, I'm quite happy with this one, and I move approval, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Davis.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Phil took the words right out of my mouth, actually, because I was just reading that paragraph from CADU when you spoke, and it also mentions in the CADU documents that, you know, there are already modern buildings in that, probably not as nicely designed as that one. And we also got to take into account that it'll be a boost for the economy of Chepstow and tourism in general. And I wasn't involved in the original application, but I think this sits rather well on the site, and I would second Councillor Murphy for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Brown.
Yes, I think I would support this application because of the potential to improve tourism and trade within Chepstow, and I think it will be a useful addition. It's a shame that we didn't think about doing something to the tourist information place ourselves, but I mean this looks a good design, and hopefully if coach trips do come into Chepstow, it'll help the local high street as well and help local businesses. So I would support this application.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to comment? It's been moved by Councillor Murphy for approval, I believe, and seconded. Sorry.
Madam Chairman, can I just say? Sorry, I don't disagree with what anybody else has said here. I don't dislike the design, etc. I just wanted to put on an alternative view, which is aired by some other people. I think this will be great for the town. I have no problem with that at all. But as ward representative, I had been approached about the concerns about it. So I did.
Thank you, Councillor Dovey. It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Davis. Could I have a show of hands for approval, please? Those against? Abstentions? 1. Thank you. That's therefore been carried. Thank you very much indeed. We now go... Councillor Evans, you're leaving the chamber. Thank you very much indeed. We now go on to... I'll wait for anybody else to leave the chamber now. We go now to 00796, I believe. No, sorry. No. 01071. That's right. This is the right one. This is the one at Port Stewart, Caldecott. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proposal for a redevelopment of the site incorporating 13 industrial units, 4 of which would be from the conversion of a showroom that's already on the site. So we just show you the pictures. That's looking into the site. That's the showroom, which is on part of the site. Makes sense when you see the site layout plan. That's another shot of the showroom. That's looking back towards where we parked the minibus the other day. We looked at the site. That's another part of the site. You can see it's mainly made up of hard standing. And you see there's quite a few cars parked on there. That's the site in context. Just to show you the Mitel buildings up here, and you come in off the main road. The castle's in that general direction up here. 10 centres over there. Mitel here. The site is in here. That's the existing building and layout. And that shows how the units would be developed across the site. So that would be the conversion of the existing building there, and then there'd be a development of 8 units over here. Actually, it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 2 more. Yeah. It says 13 units in the report. It's slightly confusing, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Yeah. 8 and 2 more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it shows the layout and the elevations. You can see there's fairly standardised light industrial, small industrial units. That's the existing building converted. So if I go back to the layout, so the site does actually lie in C1 flood zone, and NRW have got concerns. The submitted flood consequence assessment doesn't, if you like, go far enough in terms of investigating the potential for flooding. So there is a holding objection from NRW regarding the proposal. In terms of tidal flooding, the predicted flood would be 2.93 in depth from a tidal flood, and that does exceed the maximum depth of flooding criterion A115 of TAN 15. So, and in relation to fluvial flooding, NRW would also like the fluvial effects from the Ned and Brook to be taken into account, but this is not included so far in the flood consequences assessment. So, bearing in mind that the FCA isn't complete and needs further work on it, we were requested by the applicants to test whether members were happy with the principle of the layout and development, and whether that would give them then the confidence, if members were, to undertake the expensive additional modelling required for the FCA. So this is to get members' views on the layout, acceptability in terms of parking, design, access, general layout. We think that that layout is good. It's on an established industrial estate and it's fine, but we do think that the actual FCA does need to be worked on, and we're suggesting it's approved subject to the FCA being acceptable. If it isn't, we'll bring it back to you for further consideration at a later stage. But it is on an established industrial estate, and this is the sort of development we would like to support. And it's not highly vulnerable development. It's industrial development. So this is the sort of area where perhaps it should be going, but we want to make sure it doesn't have implications to flood third parties around there. And that's partly the main reason why we want to bring it back if the modelling isn't deemed to be acceptable. So we are recommending approval subject to that caveat.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Higginson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam
Is it
Chairman.
your
My
ward?
ward is next door to it.
No.
My
Thank you.
ward is next door to it. I know the area well. I've never seen any water, any flood water around there, so I'm prepared to move.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Eason?
Other than that, just to fully support that. The flooding is minimal. It's a big industrial estate, so I support the move.
Right. Councillor Brown?
Yeah, I just wondered if the flooding issue has been raised. I mean, obviously, is there any potential to make sure that businesses like a car wash wouldn't be there? Because obviously that generates quite a lot of water and it is sort of general usage. And I just wondered whether or not, you know, obviously they're talking about small businesses here by providing a lot of different units, which is fair enough. But I just, you know, if there's a TAN 15 concern, then obviously it's useful to know that the type of businesses that go there, you know, obviously a business, upholstery business or something like that won't cause an issue. But I mean, if they did have a business that was I mean, they look like units that wouldn't allow that, but it's worthwhile because B1, B2 and B8 are quite wide. So I just wondered about that. Thank you.
Yeah, a car wash wouldn't fall into B1, B2 or B8. It would be a separate use in its own right, sui generis use. Yeah, so we'd have control there. If they suddenly went in there, we could take enforcement action if that became a problem. It would need planning permission in its own right as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We're absolutely crying out for units like this. I'm more than happy to support it.
Right, so it's been moved by Councillor Higgins for approval and seconded, I believe, by Councillor Eason. Could I have a show of hands for approval, please? That's unanimous. Thank you all very much indeed. Now we go to page 63, 00796, Pulmerich Hill, Pulmerich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this application members will be aware of from last month, presented to the Planning Committee last month, and be aware of this site over the last few years. The house is Bridge House on the A48 in Pulmerich. We give planning consent for this development for 2 dwellings in 2016, which, as was presented to you last month, have been constructed not in accordance with the approved plans. So planning officers have been working with the applicants to get amendments to the houses, which were presented to Planning Committee last month. Planning Committee resolved to approve the proposed changes to the houses, so I won't go into the detail with them today, but issued and voted on a split decision to approve the houses but to refuse the proposed garages. Phil, if you'd like to go through the these is how the buildings were constructed as I went through with you last month. I won't take too much time on this element. So members should be aware of the history of the site. These are what we originally approved. That's the layout we were previously approved. That's what we previously approved. This is what was constructed. Let's keep going, Phil. And these are now what members resolved to approve last month. So it's very similar to what was originally approved. Obviously, they are slightly lower, actually, and the changes, as I went through last month in terms of the gable and the materials, but officers worked very hard to get amendments to what was constructed, and obviously, a planning committee did recognise that last month. So they're the ones that we have resolved to approve, the houses. So I have to go to the garages. So these are the garages that were proposed and are built on site. So this is a retrospective application in terms of how they're built. And this is how they are in reality in terms of the street scene. If I go back, Phil, actually, I will mention one thing. So the garage on the left, which is garage 1, that was on a different axis previously, what we previously approved. So we approved it with the same horizontal emphasis as the existing roof to match that and the other garage. Let's go through to the last page, please, Phil. The proposed site layout. Next one. This is just a plan I wanted to show members in terms of what we previously approved. So the blue, I know it's faint because it's done in rough manual pens, but the blue is what we approved previously. So you can see the footprints there. They're broadly the same as what has been built on site. So the location of them and sort of the dimensions are broadly the same. And I know last month in the meeting we discussed at length the different dimensions of the garages, but this is more visual in terms of where the garages are located, with the main difference being that garage on the right now, the roof axis has changed and the apex has been changed. So this application has now been presented to you with a reason to refuse the garages, which is outlined. The proposed garages, as a result of their mass, scale and design in conjunction with their positioning on the front of the dwellings, are considered detrimental to the character and appearance of the application site and wider area, contrary to the requirements of policies S17 and DES1 of the Monmouthshire County Council Local Development Plan. So it's been presented to you with that reason for refusal as you resolved last month. I would like to stress again, as I did last month, in terms of what members did previously approve, and we did previously approve garages in the location as outlined above, and we did approve ridge heights which were higher, that we are refusing now. I just want to quickly probably mention that too. So the ridge heights of the approved garage 1 was, we approved 6.1. This proposal is 4.8. The garage number 2, the ridge height was 5.3. As proposed, they're 4.5. So we are refusing a scheme which has a reduced ridge height than what we previously approved. But the reason there is there for members to consider. And also, Councillor Brown, as a local member, has been in contact with regard to some of the conditions with regards to a turning area and parking provision. So, as outlined in the report, we are approving the 2 houses. We would add those conditions that were on the previous consent, for the 2016 consent, to provide that parking provision for those plans to come forward. So there has been dialogue with the local member on that. So we are recommended a split decision to approve the houses subject to the conditions outlined in the report and the additional ones as outlined in the original consent, and also to refuse the garages for the reason outlined in the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Mark wishes to come back now first, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I thought it might just be helpful if I interject before the debates even commence, just to really set out quite what the implication of the decision is. So as shown clearly on that plan, if you were minded to go with what's in the report, so to clarify, we're not recommending that split decision. It's bringing back what members asked for last time in terms of refusing the garages. But the implication of that decision would be enforcement action requiring what's been built in pink to be removed and what's allowed previously in blue to be built. So we'll be saying knock down the pink garage and build the slightly bigger blue one. Doesn't make a lot of sense in an appeal scenario and potentially puts at a risk of costs. So I just wanted you to be mindful of that implication before proceeding on the debate.
Thank you. The local member I'll ask to speak first, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think we debated this at the last committee, and it was decided to have a split decision to approve the house and to, not approve the garages. And I think that the applicant has been unwilling to change any of the dimensions of the garage. I mean, when we were on site, it was obvious that although that diagram shows the difference, one of the garages being closer to the house did make a significant difference to overshadowing and everything else. And I think that's a point about the distance, whereas the other garage, which is further away, was less of a problem. And so that if we did go with the officer's recommendation for a split decision, what I would suggest would be putting all the conditions on and adding that extra condition about making sure that 3 parking places per dwelling were marked out, because that's what the original application said. And I think the other thing is that if the applicant does decide to appeal, when the original application was dealt with, I came along to planning committee to argue against it on the grounds of overdevelopment, but also because of TAN 15 grounds. And I understand that, you know, TAN 15 tends to be very, very strictly interpreted by inspectors, so that if the applicant does decide to appeal, I think they ought to bear that particular point in mind in terms of this particular application, because originally it was just for one replacement dwelling was the one application, and that was approved, and then it came back to committee in November 2017 asking for two dwellings, and I did come to the committee to say about overdevelopment and also concerns about TAN 15, and you know, I do think that that is still a relevant consideration, because it is still within flood zone C2, and you know, in terms of strengthening things. So what I would propose doing is, if the committee is mindful to do that, is to put all the 8 conditions that are already on, but add that extra condition, and the extra condition about marking out the 3 parking places in perpetuity for each dwelling was one that was on the original application, and it was put forward for highway safety reasons, so that you could go out in forward gear in that particular location, because the original house suffered from a number of highway incidents where the wall was hit, and the house, you know, obviously people stopped living there because of the fact of the you know, the vulnerability of the house to the busy highway. So, you know, that point about parking is vitally important, and I hope that the committee would be willing to accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Craig?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's just about clarification in terms of officer's recommendation. We aren't recommending a split decision. We are recommending the application is approved as it stands. Obviously, the discussion last month was that the planning committee resolved for a split decision, but we are recommending that officer's recommendations of the planning committee, and as we discussed last month at detail, was that we approve the garages as they are. Given the change in dimensions from what we previously approved, we do think this is acceptable as they are. So just at that point of clarification in terms of officer's stance on the proposed development. In terms of TAN 15, again, in terms of the development, it has a fallback position, it has consent for 2 dwellings on the site, and as part of this decision, the split decision, we would be approving the houses. It's literally the garages that we would be looking to refuse. But as I said, Councillor Brown, in my presentation, we certainly would be looking to add those conditions that you've mentioned in terms of parking provision, and add those conditions to the consent, as we did on the 2016 application, to overcome your concerns with regards to highway implications.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah, just it says on page 63 at the top, recommendation split decision.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's just the way. Sorry, Craig. That's just the way that we present them back after the previous committee has overturned the officer recommendation. So yeah, apologies if that's not clear, but that is as Craig suggested. So our officer recommendation is as per the original report, which is approve everything with the conditions, although we do accept the additional condition about parking that was suggested last time by Councillor Brown should be added. But in terms of the garages, as officers, our advice to you is to approve them, bearing in mind the fallback position.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Feakin, then Councillor Davis, then Councillor Howard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd go along with the officer's recommendation to accept everything as it is built. I think for the fresh set of eyes looking at this, and you consider where's the harm in what's been built considering to what was approved initially, and the detriment to us going to appeal and losing at appeal. And I think, you know, I think the inspectorate looking at this, I'm only second guessing what the inspector's going to guess, but going to say, but I would have thought the inspector looking at this would say, well, you've got a reduced ridge height, substantially reduced ridge height. Therefore, you would expect that the visual impairment to the street scene would be less with this what's been built compared to what was approved initially. So with that fresh advice on it from my perspective, I'd be happy to go along with the officer's recommendation to approve as what is being built.
Thank you, Councillor Feakin. Councillor Davis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Feakin has covered a lot of what I was going to say. I wasn't at the last meeting, but as I understand it, if we go ahead with refusing the garages, then and ask this gentleman or the applicant to knock them down, he can then build something which is bigger than that's already there. Is that correct? So I'm struggling to see the logic, to be honest, and I would go along with the proposal that Councillor Feakin is making, that we approve it as it is. No? Makes sense, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Howard?
Thanks, Chair. I can see the logic in the arguments being presented to us now, but it wasn't explained on those terms in the last committee meeting. And I have to say, I don't quite understand the fallback position, because the original consent was never actually implemented, was it? This is a fresh application based on what has been constructed or what is proposed to be amended. So how can you say that the fallback position is to construct the garages that were part of a separate application that received consent? The two don't tie up.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure whether Councillor Feakin was on the site visit, but I mean, I think I was quite happy with the application until I actually went on the site visit, and you saw how close that garage was and what impact it had. I mean, basically, the areas, the windows at the bottom were totally obscured, and basically the height of the garage was effectively almost up to the height of the roof. And when I came to committee, I started this in a fairly neutral way, and the committee were very much of the opinion last time, having been on the site, that the garage in its current form was unacceptable. So just to explain the history of it, and the reason for the decision last time when you actually went on site and saw the actual building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. There's a lot of discussion going on at the moment, so please be patient.
Madam Chair, we did have concerns about
Could we separate the two garages?
Councillor Howard's point is what we've been discussing in terms of the technicalities of whether the previous consent has been implemented. I think the conclusion I was coming to was that planning committee members had fully considered the implications of the garage previously and approved them, subject to saying that they were acceptable as they were, and we're now looking at a scheme which is lower. I get there's a technicality there in terms of whether the previous consent has been implemented and whether there's a fallback position. I think my view is that planning members considered the previous heights, so the ridge heights of the garages. We approved the scheme, and it's slightly perverse for us then to say that a lower scheme of a lower ridge height has an unacceptable impact on the street scene.
Councillor Howard?
Yeah,
Sorry.
The original one was further away, but it was higher. It got it way up, which was more harmful. And whether it was the movement that in the blue area, which as Craig said, that's what wasn't approved before. Whether it's got language and anything, but we've approved something in that location of that height is less harmful than something slightly nearer the building but lower. I wouldn't want to argue that on the field.
Councillor Howard, please.
Yeah, I think I appreciate Craig's moved his position a little bit, but in essence, what the the principle of what that has been explained to us as members, and why I think it's misleading, is just because it was considered suitable as part of a separate application, isn't necessarily material to this, because that's like saying you've got a site that's had 3 or 4 consecutive consents, all for slightly different things, but the applicant's free to pick whatever he wants from each one. And so you can't say that. It's an absolutely fresh application, and the fact that we might, as an authority, or may not, as the case may be, take a different view about what's acceptable isn't to my mind, material. And I refer back to a case elsewhere which was approved and and refused at another authority where the developments were very similar. The only issue being that the 5 years had run out, and that application was dismissed at appeal. So the inspector isn't necessarily going to look at what the authority approved previously, or look at the merits of the scheme. And my view is that, and shared by some of the members, those garages at the front of the properties are dreadful. I think the layout's poor. There's no way you should be able to stand at the side of the road and look towards those houses, and most of the front elevations are obliterated by ancillary structures. I don't know why it got consent in the first place. So you've got the issue of the proximity to the house, the effect on the street scene, the garage on the right there with the uneven eaves level that looks like an afterthought. I still think we'd have legs in refusing this, and if the applicant goes to appeal, then I'll happily write a statement. There's no need for those garage ridges to be quite so high, and I think they could be reduced in scale. They don't need to be that big for a double garage. So I'd move the recommendation.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment now?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just briefly, I do partly concede what Councillor Howard's saying in terms of, I think how I explained in terms of enforcement on reflection isn't quite correct, but he does still have a fallback planning consent, which is still live, still within its 5-year lifetime, which sounds a bit different to the case in the other authority, where if a consent's expired, you're assessing afresh against new policies. Our policy framework hasn't changed. The fallback permission's still there, which could be implemented, could technically mean clearing the site and building the houses as originally approved, which is probably unlikely financially. But we have, as an authority, said that relationship between the house and the garage with the higher garage is acceptable. So to suddenly say that it isn't and defend that on appeal would appear somewhat inconsistent. It might be that it's a lesson learnt, and on reflection, we don't think it was the best decision ever, but we have to be mindful of what has been approved on this site. So I think we're on tricky grounds.
Right, Councillor Brown, I hope you can
Yeah,
wind this one up now.
I'm a bit confused here because basically what was built was not in accordance with the original plan, and that's why they had to apply to to basically retention of existing buildings and amendments to roof structure and external elevations, because I can't see why you should be able to pick and choose on an original application, because surely if you want to go by the original application, then you should change the houses totally to what they were originally, as well as the garages. I can't see a pick and choose type of thing for a planning thing, because surely a planning consent is based on the original plan. I mean, I will second Councillor Howard's motion to go for the split decision, which is the house plus all the conditions plus the one about the parking. I think that is the best decision. And as I say, I'm not sure whether or not if this is taken to. I did notice that there was some guidance on looking at sort of sites that were referred to the Welsh Planning Inspectorate, and it wasn't, obviously major developments, but it said in that guidance that it's not just major developments, it's anything that causes concern. And obviously there is an issue here with TAN 15 in relation to the original application. So I wouldn't necessarily, if I was the applicant, be that clear-cut that if they don't compromise on the garages, that they would be successful in a particular appeal on this issue. So, Madam Chairman, if we can go ahead with a vote with regard to a split decision, thank you. And that's obviously approving the houses, and as we did last time, and all the conditions added on plus the parking. Thank you, Mark.
Sorry, Madam Chair, sounding like a broken record. If you think TAN 15 is an issue, we should not be approving the houses. but we've been through that. We've explained they've put in flood defences, raised the land. Technically, it's now out of C2, and either way, they have a permission they can implement. So to try and defend the refusal of 2 garages on the basis of C2, I really wouldn't go there. Not having just approved 2 houses in C2, if you think that is an issue, but our advice is it's not an issue for all the reasons we went through previously.
Thank you. Councillor Feakin?
Only as a point of order, Chair, did I move to move the officer's recommendation, and was that seconded?
Sorry, in terms of procedure, Madam Chairman, we've had a proposal and I've seconded it, so the split decision should come first in the vote. But nobody seconded it. No, he didn't. No.
The first movement on the decision was from Councillor Feakin. Now, Councillor Feakin moved for approval.
Of the officer's recommendation of the approval of the whole site?
Yeah, of the whole site with the conditions that Councillor Brown said.
So no, just for clarity then, Chair, my proposal was to take the officer's recommendation for the approval for the whole site, including the garages and the conditions as have been detailed. And I'm not sure if that was seconded.
Sorry, could I just ask? Sorry, could I just ask in terms of procedure? I thought in terms of committee procedure, you're supposed to have a proposer and seconder, and yeah, but presumably I was under the understanding that before you can vote, you've got to have had a proposer and seconder, but you take them in order. So since Councillor Howard proposed first of all the split decision, I seconded it. Before, although he came first, he hadn't got a seconder. So in terms of...
Madam Chair, I'm more than happy to defer to Councillor Brown.
You proposed to uphold what the officer's recommendation for the split decision. Right, and also Councillor Brown, you seconded that. Could I have show of hands for a split decision? Right, that's 3. Right. Councillor Feakin, now you proposed the recommendation of the officers for approval of it all as you stated. And you had a seconder by Councillor Davis. Could I have a show of hands for that? 6. Right. That's carried. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
You abstained, and you also abstained. So there's 2 officers abstained. Thank you. I understand because you are new members of the committee. Right. Oh, gosh. It's going to be a long... Yes, Phil must come back in. Could you pop and get Phil? Yeah. 00900. Application 00900 is the next application, and this is in Caldicot, Monmouthshire. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, this is a household application for the erection of 2-storey side and rear extensions, and for a single-storey rear extension. The application is presented to members today at the request of the local ward member.
Madam Chairman, I declared interest on that one.
You're leaving the chamber, Councillor Higginson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So just members have visited the site the end of last week, but for the benefit of those that haven't, I just quickly run through the site photographs. So that's a view of the front of the dwelling with a detached garage, and that's its position then. You can see adjoining Caldicot Road to the north, and we are then at the proposed roof plan. So the dwelling is a semi-detached 2-storey house along Caldicot Road in Roggett. You can see there on screen the roof plan, which shows the form of the extension, with coming to the side and to the rear. Then perhaps, Phil, if you can, with the cursor, show the single-storey element. No. Oh. Yeah. Members will also see the garage to be retained as well as the parking area in front of the garage. The existing floor plans then show the existing 3 bedrooms, and the proposed extension would not increase the number of bedrooms. So the proposed 2-storey extensions, as you can see on the elevations, would follow the hip roof form established in the locality, and would also be set back from the front elevation. Proposed external finishes would match those of the existing, including the rendered band around the property. Officers have sought a reduction in the ridge height of the extension. However, the application is to be considered without this, and officers consider on balance that the visual impact of the wider street scene would be acceptable. Now, for the benefit of members, the slide will show a number of other existing extensions that are of comparable form in the area. You can see where there's semi-detached properties have been extended to the side without the ridge drop. One objection has been received, and I see this from the adjoining property. However, given the distance from the party wall with the adjoining property, the 2-storey element would not have an overbearing impact, nor would impact unacceptably on light. With regards to privacy, no first-floor windows would be positioned on the side elevation facing towards the adjoining property, the only first-floor window being on the opposite side, serving an ensuite bathroom, which would be obscure glazed. Similarly, with regard to the recently built bungalow on the opposite side, to the west, the proposal would not harm, officers of the unit would not harm either privacy or amenity standards of this new dwelling. There have been concerns with regard to access and parking, and these are noted. However, officers are satisfied that the extended 3-bedroom property would be served by adequate off-street parking space and would continue to enjoy the existing vehicular access. So therefore, for those reasons and subject to conditions in the officer's report, it's presented to members with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Andrew. I think the local member is not a member of the Planning Committee. I believe it's Councillor Guppy, is it? So who's the next adjoining one? Councillor Easton, is it you? Right, I'll welcome your comments first of all then, please.
I've looked at this planning application. I personally don't see any problem with it. It is in keeping with other extensions on these particular properties built in the 1930s, so I would seek approval of this.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy?
Yes, Chair, I agree with Councillor Easton. It fits in. It's similar to other extensions in the area. I can't see any reason to turn it down, so I'm happy to recommend approval.
Now we go to page 77. This is in Maryport Street, Ask. There's 2 applications to consider here, so we'll take them in tandem. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As you quite rightly say, these are 2 Section 73 applications on the Old Smithy site in Usk, which both seek to amend the plans of the original approval. Planning permission was allowed originally on appeal in 2017 for the conversion and extension of the building into 2 dwellings, and both applications are presented to you today by way of referral from the delegated panel. So for any members that weren't on site on Friday, I'll just go through the photographs. You obviously note that the works to implement the original planning permission are well underway. So this is a view taken at the rear of the site, looking towards the neighbouring property at number 32. That's the yellow listed building you can see there. This is a view to the property to the south. This is from the rear looking towards the side of number 36 Maryport Street. And finally, that's just looking straight back at the building with number 36 there on your right. So the site is located in the centre of the town along Maryport Street. The building is not listed, but is within the Usk Conservation Area. Just perhaps for the clarity's sake for members, as obviously it's quite unusual to present 2 applications side by side. Application DM 2019-00938 seeks permission to change the rear to both plots. Application 2019-01186 seeks permission to add a conservatory to the plot that I'll refer to as Plot B. And Phil, if you can just move the layout. So this, just also worth pointing out, this is the original approval for the conversion and division to 2 dwellings that was allowed by the Planning Inspectorate. As you'll see there on the rear, there was originally a 2-storey pitched gable and a single-storey element. Effectively, going forward, we'll refer to the plot on the right with the original approval for the 2-storey as Plot B, and then Plot A from the rear as Plot A. So Plot A has already had permission approved for the addition of a conservatory approved earlier this year. Since the delegate panel meeting, the applicant has actually replaced a door opening on Plot A with a window opening, and has also removed a proposed canopy on the previously approved conservatory. So the door that is now a window, so if you can just go on to the next slide, you can see it's to the far left and literally directly underneath the dormer window. So that was previously proposed to be a door, that is now a window. The scheme allowed by the inspector, we've just seen on screen, and say permission is now sought to amend the 2-storey extension to a monopitch with a larger glazed element to the rear, and to add a dormer window to Plot A. There would also be an additional roof light to the rear. The conservatory proposed now to Plot B would be flat roofed and would measure 4 metres in length. So with regards to the detailed considerations, the principle of the conversion to 2 dwellings was considered acceptable through the original appeals decision. With regard to the visual impact, as noted, the site is within the Usk Conservation Area, and while some concerns have been raised by the Council's heritage team, officers are satisfied that the changes considered by both applications would preserve the character and appearance of the Usk Conservation Area. Members on site may have noted that there are similar monopitch extensions to the north of the site, and whilst contemporary, given the limited vantage points of the site, the extensions are considered acceptable. The scale and mass of the monopitch 2-storey extension now proposed is comparable to the pitched roof addition that was granted by the Inspectorate. The site adjoins number 32 Maryport Street, which is Grade 2 listed. However, for the reasons that are covered in detail in the officer's report, the changes now proposed are not considered to have an unacceptable impact on the character or setting of the listed building. With regards to residential amenity, the primary issues relate to the 2 adjoining properties that we saw on the photographs earlier, being numbers 32 and 36 Maryport Street. Turning initially to number 32, Plot A would still not have a 2-storey extension, with the lean-to form currently now proposed, similar to that was allowed in 2017. This would be partially set in from number 32, as you can see on the floor plan. Perhaps, Phil, can you, where there's a slight kink down, yeah, so there's a partial set in. And accordingly, it's not then considered that this impact would cause any greater harm than that from the existing approval. With regards to number 36, at present there is a 1.5 metre high approximate fence positioned 1.1 metres from the ground floor kitchen window of number 36. The proposed conservatory would be a further 1.5 metres from the fence. Given the modest scale and mass of the proposed conservatory, including the distance from the window, although elevated, the impact on the neighbour is considered acceptable. As noted during the meeting, members will recall that it is pertinent to note that upon completion of the existing permission, the conservatory to Plot B, now proposed, could actually be erected under permitted development rights. In addition, the 1.5 metre boundary fence could also be replaced at any time by a 2 metre fence, again under permitted development. Having regard to all of these matters, the impact on the residential amenity of both of those properties is considered to meet the relevant criteria within the LDP policies. Just with regard to other issues, the site is located within the flood zone C1, and a flood consequence assessment was submitted with this 2017 approval, which recommended defined flint floor levels by condition through consultation with NRW, and this would be repeated as recommended in the conditions set out in the report. Therefore, looking at both applications side by side, and for the conditions I've alluded to, including samples of materials, both applications are presented to members with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Andrew. I think most of us are very familiar with this site. Are you leaving, Councillor? Thank you. Thank you for your attendance. I believe, Councillor Clark, are you the... I'm the nearest. You're the nearest. You wish to comment now or later? Or comment now. Right, thank you. Councillor Clark, leave it to you.
Andrew, could we return to the photograph of the back where it is? That's the one. Stop there. Ooh, no, go one more. That's it. The problem is we've got on this one, we've got a fait accompli on our hands, which is extremely upsetting. There is the fence which we agreed on the original application. Behind it, which are two windows. The window to the left is a kitchen window of the lower flat of that block. This proposal will bring a conservatory all the way from that building past along the length to where we're standing. And that window to that kitchen will have absolutely no view. It may have light, but it will have absolutely nothing. Don't forget before this started, when the delegated panel refused it, it came here, we refused again and went away, the inspector he'd given permitted development rights, which I accept we can't deal with, but I feel dreadfully sorry. It's the worst decision I'm going to have to give my heart to since I've sat on this committee, that we're going to block out a pensioner's kitchen window because of that. And that's what we're talking about. That poor soul lives in that property, has had the joy of looking out of her kitchen window all her life, and now it's to be taken away from her. And I think that's wrong. I don't care how it's got there, but it's still wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I think we're well aware of your feelings on this application. Councillor Higginson.
I would just comment, irrespective of the planning history, even if there wasn't a planning permission that was approved or implemented, the ability to put that 2-metre fence up would have existed in any event. You can put a 2-metre fence between properties. Yeah. 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 Noted.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree. It's really sad for the resident there. We went into that kitchen last time, quite some time ago, and it was pretty dingy then, and the thought of it going up any higher wasn't good. But we got to face reality on this. This is going to happen anyway. It's only a matter of timing. So yeah, I very much regret it, but from my point of view, I would rather give permission now and have the disruption over and done with than have it drag on.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Chair. I think for me the previous comments have missed the most damaging part of the development, in that I accept the bits about the PD and the conservatory that could happen anyway. But what I don't like is, and what nobody seems to have mentioned, is by changing the whole structure of the 2-storey element to the back, you've actually got a 2-storey wall facing the windows in that property, whereas before it wasn't quite as harmful in that you had the twin pitch, so the eaves were actually lower where they were adjacent to the boundary. Instead, now by having that one great angled roof design, you'd have a blank first floor wall. Obviously, you've got the windows at the ground floor, as there would have been. But that's, to me, that's considerably different from the consent given by the inspector, and I think that has a far more harmful effect on the neighbour than the conservatory would, or the excellent consent. So I wouldn't. Can you see what I mean from the plan, Chair? We look at that Juliet balcony and the French doors to the first floor there, and compare that with and where that side wall would be taken up to level. Is that a chimney on the roof there or something? That adds possibly. Oh, right, okay. Well, you know, the increasing of the height of that side elevation there, what, a metre and a half or so, I think that's significantly different enough to warrant refusal. So if the local member or the nearest member is inclined to support that view, I'd be happy to support refusal on that basis. No issue with the conservatories. It's a modification to that roof I think is harmful.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Anybody else wish? Councillor Feakin?
I'd go along the same lines, in as much as that what has been approved by the inspectorate is very different to what's been presented here, just in the aesthetics of what we're being presented with. Wholly different. Subjective it may be, but I don't like that new design. I much prefer the old design, so I'd be inclined to decline this.
Right. Anybody else wish to comment? No?
Madam Chair, sorry. If members were minded to approve it, we just want to double check ourselves, but I think it'd be prudent to remove permitted development rights now, because technically they're ending up with a variation to the appeal decision as a new application. So I just want to double check our facts, but we want to make sure we couldn't then have another PD extension on top of this, given that the harm we're talking about is an extension that's effectively permitted development in terms of the conservatory element. So if members were minded to approve, we'd consider our position in terms of removing PD rights, and I'd be minded to do that. I just need to double check our facts.
Do you wish to move that? Councillor Howard.
No, sorry, Councillor Howard. I wasn't responding to the discussion about the new design being harmful. I was more just throwing in an extra point. So it's been discussed whether or not members should refuse it on the basis of the actual design of that monopitch roof, which is I think the point you raised and Councillor Feakin's referred to. But aside from that, if members were minded to approve it, I think it'd be prudent to remove permitted development rights as a condition, because what they're doing is varying a condition to give them a brand new planning consent. So they could probably argue they could then extend again as PD. I'm not 100% certain. I just want to make sure we don't make a mistake. So that's only relevant if you're minded to approve the application. If you're heading in a different direction, then it's not relevant anyway. Do you see what I mean?
I think I'm getting more and more confused as the afternoon's going on. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I was just going to say I was a little bit confused about the discussion. I mean, my understanding was that originally there was a conservatory attached, and basically that was refused and it went to appeal. No. Oh, right. So basically, but... well, that was my understanding on the site visit. No. Well, can you explain a bit further then?
Sorry, Councillor, is it the conservatory that's already had permission you're querying, or so I'm clear on your... So there's a conservatory now proposed to plot B, which is that plot, but there is an existing planning permission granted for plot A. So is that... If we go back to the proposed drawings, Phil, that's... So the conservatory on the right-hand side, on the right, has the benefit of planning permission. Yeah. It's the one on the right, the left rather, that is now before us today.
Yeah. So that's got
Yep.
It's longer, and that one there. It's shorter.
It's 4 metres.
Before members today.
Yep.
So members, I was just confirming, sorry, without my mic on, the monopitch roof part that Councillor Giles and Councillor Feekins are referring to is before us today.
If that is approved, we can deny permitted developments. Is that correct?
I was just looking through the application, because what they're seeking is a variation to the original permission to convert the property to a home in the first place. So what they'd end up with, if this were approved, is a new consent for conversion, but with these different details. So what we wouldn't want to happen is for that then to be a brand new house with full permitted development rights, which would mean they could then stick something on the back of the thing that's stuck on the back, if that makes sense. So yeah, if you were minded to approve, I would advise that we should remove permitted development rights on the basis of the impacts on the amenity of the neighbours, which is the same issue we put forward before the appeal inspector. Unfortunately, he or she didn't agree with us. No. Yeah, if you're approving what's before you now, so Andrew, if you can just clarify again what's the application's for. It's the conservatory on the left, the shorter one, not the very long one. And it's the shorter one that's concerning in terms of the neighbour's kitchen window. Yeah, so if you were to approve the application now, you'd be saying yes to that conservatory and yes to the monopitch design, but you could prevent further permitted development extensions. If you think that monopitch design is unacceptable, then you'd be looking to refuse it on design grounds. Or if you think the shorter conservatory is unacceptable because of the amenity of the neighbour, then again you're looking to refuse. But our advice is that particular conservatory could be permitted development under the existing consent. So I completely understand what Councillor Clark's saying, fully sympathise with the neighbour. And I think we had a lot of this discussion last time in terms of a fence along the boundary and the impact of what was proposed then, and had a very similar discussion, albeit that this is now, for them, worse still because there's conservatory added. But it is the same debate, unfortunately, for the lady next door. Does that make a bit of sense?
Councillor Murphy.
I was going to move approval along the lines that Mark's just outlined. I'm not going to repeat them.
I'm sure you pointed out that short conservatory stopped before that window. No, it's after.
It's after.
I thought it stopped.
Councillor Dovey, quickly, please.
To Peter's a problem with the lady who's had a light cut off. Does anybody know what the relationship between the lady is? I mean, no, I don't mean like that. The relationship, I didn't say relations. Well, I mean, I've seen in a situation like this where light has been removed from a person, just like this situation, if you will. And they've reached an accommodation with what they call, what I used to call, or what I've seen and whatnot, a lighting trough, which is almost like a cone. If you imagine a cone being cut off, and it comes from the bottom part of the fence, and it would come up, and the light comes in, and it's spread down through the cone. It wouldn't mean that the person who owns the land loses use of the land. What he is granted is use of the area above his land to provide light for the lady. So there is I know there is a solution to this, but you start off with being good neighbours and somebody working at it.
Thank you, Councillor Dovey. Right, now, Councillor Murphy has recommended approval, but I don't...
and with the removal of PD rights.
Right. Alice, have you got a seconder? Right, so as proposed and seconded. Show of hands for what Councillor Murphy has suggested. Those against the proposal? 6. Okay. So that's both applications. Right. Okay, everybody. Councillor Dover, your light is your microphone.
So, Madam Chair, does that mean...
we'll have to have some clarity on exactly now what has been decided.
Madam Chair, my abstention.
Thank you, Councillor Woodhouse.
Just
Andrew?
clarifying reasons for refusal then on both applications.
Right. Mention for refusal.
Do you want me to suggest a starting point is the unneighbourly impact of the monopitch roof and the increase in the height of the side elevation and its relationship with the habitable room windows in the neighbouring property?
Okay. Okay. Right. I think we can now move on. I think Craig and Andrew and Mark between them have got clarity on all of that. Right.
Sorry, just to double check. Apologies, Chair. I don't want to drag this out unnecessarily, but we're just looking at the monopitch element then, the impact on the amenity of the neighbouring property and design. Is that right?
Is that in both applications, Andrew? Or is it just one element?
Right, thank you all very much. We must move on. It's 10 to 6. We now go to, as we have an application now on, we will now go to Crick. We've skipped one because we have got the applicants have been very, very patiently waiting at the back of the chamber. So we'll go to that application now, 01149 in Crick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this application is land adjacent to Sunnybank on the A48 Crick Road to Parkwall roundabout. This is a picture, a photograph of the site. I feel let's go to the next page. It's a piece of land, the front which is enclosed by a post and rail fence. This shows the location of the site next to the A48, next to the M50, is it? Yeah, M48, sorry. And this is the application. So the proposal is the change of use for the land, for the keeping of horses and the erection of stables. So the land subject to the application is approximately 72 metres by a depth of 42 metres. And this is the proposed layout, showing the stable block in the north-western side of the site, and a store, a yard area, a post and rail fence going across, and a new twin-track access going up through the site, with the rest being left for grazing for the horses. There's also a post and rail fence across the bottom, which is a retrospective in terms of what's being erected on site at the moment. The proposed stables would be approximately, if you look at the next page, yeah, it's 12.6 metres wide, 4.2 metres in depth, with a lean-to roof with a height of 3.2 metres, falling to 2.5 metres. The store itself would have a height of 3 metres, falling to 2.5 metres, and would be constructed with concrete blockwork with timber Yorkshire boarding with a sheeted roof. So quite utilitarian in terms of their appearance as a stable blocks and store. There would be 3 stable blocks in the top, and the horse boxes on the top, and the one store there which would be for fodder for the horses. The application is being presented with as outlined in the report, is recommended for approval. There have been a number of objections and concerns raised by Mavin Community Council and by local residents, as outlined in the report. One of the concerns raised by local residents and local community is in terms of animal welfare and the size of the plot of land that is to be used for horses. As outlined in the report in section 6.1.3 and also within the report at section 6.4. We have considered animal welfare as part of this planning application, and we've looked at the regulations in terms of the minimum requirements for keeping horses. We do feel, although this is under separate legislation and is covered by the Animal Welfare Act, as outlined in the report, we've considered this application, although to be modest, is acceptable to accommodate the number of horses that are being proposed. And it would be a matter for the applicant to ensure that the welfare of these animals is maintained to acceptable standards. And the applicant has confirmed that not only this land will be used, but there'll also be land used with a local farmer who they'll be able to take the horses to graze so that their welfare will be sustained. The ponies would be stable on the site from the end of October to April overnight and during inclement weather, with daily turnout provided on the remainder of the site. The animals having access to the yard area and the paddock area, which will be reinstated in the southern part of the site. Phil, would you like to go back? So that all that area at the front there would also be used for the grazing of horses, and the applicant also has the local farmer to use the horses as well. Going through the application, as outlined in the report, the applicant is also seeking to purchase a separate section of land, which would also be used for these horses. Phil, if you'd like to go through to the last page. So they're looking at purchasing the land in blue at the top. And as members on site the other day, on Friday, we walked up and looked at this site. If you go to the next page, there should be a photograph. This is that land at the top there, which would be used for grazing of the horses and potentially for the manure as well. The applicant has proposed for the manure that the manure wouldn't be stored on site and be taken off site and in the long term potentially put onto this piece of land as well. And there are conditions outlined within the report to secure this going forward. So for all the reasons discussed in the report, planning officers are recommending the application is approved, subject to the conditions outlined within the report in section 7. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, is this your ward?
No.
Oh, it's not. It's Councillor Brown.
Councillor Brown's ward.
Councillor Murphy, I'll take you then. You're wishing to speak, Councillor Brown, now, first of all? Yeah. Right, thank you, Councillor Brown. Then I'll take Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think it would be useful to go through the history of the application. Initially, the application was to do with the small site at the front, which is still part of the application adjoining the A48. There were concerns about the size of the plot because of the fact that it wasn't considered large enough. And subsequently, there has been this, I understood it had actually been purchased, this 3-acre site. And if you have a look at page 95, you'll see that originally the Madden Community Council mentioned about objecting to the site, and then they said approval, but they said approval in relation to certain conditions being put forward. And if I think there does need to be some amendment to the wording of the conditions at the end, to make sure that those concerns are covered. One of the issues that is always of concern in relation to a history in my ward is to do with the siting of the manure pile, because the previous county councillor, when the applicant came to the Madden Community Council, mentioned how there was a problem with stables and manure, and that actually went to appeal. And that was mentioned about a manure pile that was 124 metres away. And you'll probably know from the history of that, because that caused that person, the neighbour, particular concerns, and the previous councillor mentioned almost giving a nervous breakdown to that particular person because of the residential amenity issue. You know, it was an issue that I was very concerned about in relation to the Latimer Farm application and the need for a concrete slab where manure was actually placed. And, you know, obviously it's pleasing to find that there's the 3-acre site now, but my concern is that, you know, it's not quite clear what the situation will be with regard to the manure placed on a temporary basis in the smallest site. And, you know, it would seem more logical for the actual stables and the manure to be on the 3-acre site, which the applicant could now go for, than on that smaller site, because then you don't have the issue about the location of the manure and residential amenity, which I don't think has been properly considered yet. So I think in terms of this, I mean, obviously, if the committee is minded to approve it, then I would like to put some changes to the, consider some changes to the conditions to cover the Malvern Community Council concerns, but also, you know, to consider whether or not it would have been better in hindsight. Obviously now the applicant has this new site, for them to be located, the stables and the manure to be located together, because I understand that previously when it was going to be considered at a delegated panel, the original site only had a condition to say that it should only cover the 1st of November to the 30th of April, and the reason for that was that, you know, obviously in the cold conditions, the, you know, manure pile is of less concern because of flies and so forth. And I'm not quite sure whether, if you look at page 95, the points that are made by Malvern Community Council, for example, about, you know, saying they're happy about the 3-acre, but manure generated from the stable site being regularly moved off site and not allowed to stockpile on site. Only vehicles associated with approved and intended land use be permitted to be stored, held or maintained on site. I think some of these can be dealt with via, you know, conditions, by improving the conditions at the end of the report. And if the committee are mindful to approve that, I'd like to go into more detail about how that could be amended to help with those concerns in terms of a approval. But obviously the question is it would seem to be more logical to have the stables located next in the field next to the manure pile on a concrete base. I think there was a discussion about the concrete base, but also about the distance between the manure pile and the adjoining residential properties. Now, we've already heard that it's 72 metres by 40 metres, and sorry. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm, you know, saying one thing or another. I'd just like to hear what the committee says. But my main concern is about the residential amenity and manure pile and how that can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy. Craig, do you wish to come back then first, or...?
Yeah, I think in terms of just clarifying a few points that Councillor Brown has mentioned, I have spoken to the applicant today, and yes, the bit of land in blue, if you let's go back to that section, that is the applicant is currently purchasing that, so they're looking to purchase that as part of this application. It isn't purchased yet, but the intent of the applicant is to put the manure in that location and also to use that for grazing as well. So that is what the applicant is intending to do. There is a condition outlined that officers are recommending for the storage of manure, which is condition 7. Now, to overcome any concerns with regards to the storage of manure, we can certainly look at slightly altering that, because the view was that this land would have been purchased by this particular point, so that we could have imposed that condition, but we could change it that a method for the disposal of the manure from the site will information regarding that will be submitted and agreed by officers or by the panel, and that could cover that concern with regards to where the manure goes. But it's certainly the applicant's intent that the manure will be going on that pastured bit of land at the top there. So that is the intent of the applicant. Also, the other thing you mentioned in terms of the query with regards to the previous concerns that this committee's had with manure, I mean, this is of a much different scale in terms of the amount of horses that we're looking at and the amount of manure that would be produced. And also, the pastured land at the top is approximately 300 metres from any residential property, so it's quite a significant distance, really, if that is where it's to be used. But in terms of the concerns of this planning committee, it might be worth slightly altering that wording of condition number 7 so that we have a management plan to be agreed in terms of the disposal of manure.
Also, I agree there with what Craig has said. You generally have a big concrete slab, like if you've got a lot of cows or horses, and I mean a large number, you're expected to put it on a concrete slab due to seepage that could go into a watercourse or near anything like that because of the amount that you would store for any length of time. But this is just for 3 horses, and so I don't think anybody would propose to have a concrete slab for that, because it would be stockpiled for a little while and then it would be spread. Okay, Councillor Feakin, do you wish to elaborate on that, being on a farming ilk as well?
And it was only to move the recommendation in line. If we can accept that management plan to go in line, I'd move the recommendation to approve.
Councillor Murphy.
Can I pick up, Chair, on the objections and what's happened to them since? Boiling it all down, the Mathen Community Council and a local objector indicated that their objections would go away if that piece of land was purchased. Now, that piece of land isn't actually in the application at the moment, but to my mind, it figures very highly in the viability of the scheme. I'm not too keen on the scheme without it, personally. So I would like to there to be a deferral to the delegated part. Excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you.
The reason why I won't put status back, I'm suffering from disabled from spinal disease, and they're well aware of it. All them things come back. My application was put in before I purchased that land, even before I even actually purchased that back piece. Okay? We were one on that grounds, ma'am, not on the whole lot, just on the front. People is lied. People is cheated. The same people coming up. Mrs. Brown herself called me, I got her on record, called me, what do you intend to do with this land? I won't know people lie about me. Yeah, but let's be fair about it. Craig, tell me how many people took it down, please. Come on, now, speak up.
You don't know what I was about to say.
Let Councillor Murphy finish speaking first, please.
All I was going to say was that in view of the comments made by Mathen Community Council and local objectors, I think it's important that we establish the actual ownership of that land marked in blue. And all I was going to say was that I would like to see it deferred to the delegated panel for evidence to be of the purchase to be produced, so that we could be absolutely certain that that land was available for the use as outlined in Craig's report. So I'm not saying turn it down. All I'm saying.
Caravans on it, okay? Because you all know I'm a travel man. I'm filling that up on caravans because I'm sick of people prejudice against Tottenham people all their life. Okay? Mrs. Brown herself bullied me on the phone. Mrs. Brown, you did. You denied that. Denied that you didn't bully me on the phone.
Mr. Flynn,
could I actually say what I did was you put up a sign to say anybody with queries about the land, ring this Martin on this number, and that's all I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please behave. Nobody's questioning whether you're a traveller or a farmer or anything else. Please.
That plan at the back was never in the first application.
No.
It was always the front. And Mr. Bartlett, friends of everybody here, watched got to put his 2 pence for it because he realised it was a trap man. Okay? And Graham Down. Okay? Graham Down, there's only 2 objections, man. So why am I here? If there's only 2 objections, why am I here? Why didn't they go and tell it? Why didn't they go and in-house? Can you answer them definitely? The so-called planners.
I think for what Councillor Murphy is suggesting, that we have clarity and evidence that you have purchased that land if it's integral.
After all, I don't make a difference. Truly, you represent me. Speak up there, please, for me. And you tell them how many
Mr. Flynn and members. Mr. Flynn, I'm afraid you did ask earlier if you could speak. The answer was no, because our scheme of public speaking only allows applicants to speak if there's an objector speaking. So, members, I think it is best that we go back on track with the application in the proper process and don't hurl comments around the room.
Councillor Murphy, have you finished speaking?
Yes, Chair. It's just that I would like evidence of the fact that the purchase has actually gone ahead and that land is going to be of use to the main site. That's all.
Craig?
I just wanted to clarify planning officer's position in terms of the application that's in front of us. The piece of blue land isn't part of the planning application. We are looking at the area in red, which is the area in the bottom. Planning officers are saying, as Mr. Flynn has said, that area is acceptable with the arrangement he's got with local farmers for the keeping of animals. So we're saying that is acceptable. And that is outlined in the report. The area of land in blue has come in during the application process, and Mr. Flynn has provided that information to say that that land could be used. But as planning officers, we would be satisfied with the land in red being used for the grazing of the animals and using local farmers. So that's the recommendation, but obviously discussions are going now with members.
And also, I believe if that land is not available, that he could go somewhere else and graze his horses. It doesn't mean that he has to buy that piece of land. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Councillor Feakin.
Thank you, Chair. And I think you've picked up the point very clearly there, because I think it would be wrong for us to enforce the situation and force the applicant's hand, especially in an open forum like this, where we're saying that you have to go and buy this piece of land if you want planning on your site. That man could be held to ransom. The applicant will be held to ransom, possibly by the landowner. So I think it would be a very unfair disadvantage to the applicant, especially if we're saying that what's been presented before us at the moment in red is satisfactory on the officer's recommendation to be approved. It is possible for the applicant to find other grazing, possibly in the local area. It would have been better, obviously, if the blue land had come in, because that would have answered a lot of questions. But if the planning officer's recommendation is that we can approve what's presented before us in red, then I'm happy to approve, to move that recommendation, and I'll move the officer's recommendation to accept the planning application as it is presented to us today.
Thank you, Councillor Feakin. Councillor Brown?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I did say that I would like to do some slight amendments to the conditions if approval was put forward, and basically looking at condition 3, if we can have a look at that on page 103, it says the stables shall be used for the private stabling, and then it says and/or. Well, if instead it said the stable should be used for the private stabling only by the use of the landowner only, and shall not be used for livery or any commercial or other purpose. So that would just change the wording of that slightly, and I think that would help to deal with the point that was made by Mathen Community Council about it being for a specific purpose. It's just a bit of tidying up of the wording, that's all. And I think on the other one, just so there is, in terms of the citing of the manure, I mean, I think in a sense, because we originally thought that this was going to be on the other plot, which I think it would probably be better to be on the other plot. I mean, can that, you know, obviously if that's possible, then I think that would be better as a condition to actually put it on that 3 acre.
But then if he hasn't purchased that 3 acres, that isn't part of the application. He would have to dispose, presumably, of the manure wherever he feels fit with a farmer. You cannot put a condition, to my way of thinking, to say you've got to put it on that land because he might not eventually purchase that land.
Madam Chairman, we can't speculate. We're looking at that piece of land on the bottom of there, and that's what we can stick to.
Well, I was just going to make that very point, Madam Chair. As far as I'm concerned, I look at the application that's in front of me. I'm not speculating about other things that may or may not happen. It's whether that is suitable under planning too. And our officers have recommended that that is the case. And I can't, we're arguing about things which have nothing to do with this application. They may retrospectively help, but that is not the case here. We are talking about that specific bit of land adjacent to the A48 and whether it's suitable or not, and I can't see any reason why it's not suitable under what's currently in the application. So why are we debating about a piece of land whether somebody owns it or not? I don't understand it.
Exactly, because that is, it isn't in his ownership, even if whoever owns it might still agree for him to dispose of the manure there, but that is not for us to say that, because it's not in his ownership. No. And if whoever owns it says he can't, he will have to find somewhere else. But I believe, reading through the report, that as the stables are mucked out, it's just going onto a trailer and will be disposed of. So I think we have to get abreast of now of what we are dealing with, whether that piece of land by the roadside is suitable for the stables, the store, and my one concern was that the fencing should be a stock-proof fence, which that one isn't at the moment, is alongside the motorway. So
could I just add about, you know, obviously I've suggested an amendment to condition 3, and then the other thing that I think has been said is a management plan in relation to the manure and the waste thing. And then obviously your point about the stock fence, because I think the applicant said he was happy to put that up anyway when we were on site. So, you know, that might help deal with some of the concerns, because obviously, you know, if there is a manure pile, in terms of residential amenity, it'd be best to be as far away as possible, or, you know, for the trailers to be sited as far away as possible from the nearest residents. And I think, you know, if we deal with those sort of conditions, then I think it is one of these that things like landscaping and so forth are important. It's the conditions that you put on that are vital to this particular site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Craig?
Yes, I've just nodded to the applicant, but yes, there is a condition there for landscaping scheme, so stock-proof fencing can form part of that in terms of the welfare of the animals. And the management plan for the manure, yes, that could be something that could be agreed with the applicant in terms of how that manure and where it goes, if it goes on the blue land or wherever it goes anywhere else, and that could be secured by that condition 7, would just be slightly change the wording. In terms of condition 3, sorry, Councillor Brown, could you just confirm what you meant in terms of changing the wording for that one? I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I think it was just basically that it says the stable shall be, shall I read it out as a suggestion? The stable shall be used for the private stabling only by use of the landowner only, and shall not be used for livery or any commercial or other purpose. It's just that when it says and or, it's a bit confusing in the link.
Yeah,
okay.
That without being prejudiced. Yeah, that's fine.
Right, any more discussions? Anything all clear now as to what we are looking at now today and voting on? Councillor Davis?
I think Councillor Feakin
moved
approval. I second that.
With those recommendations. Right. So, and you have a seconder in Councillor Davis. And your microphone is still on, Councillor Davis. Thank you. Could I have a show of hands for approval, please? Those against the application? Abstentions? 1 abstention. Okay, then, so that's carried. Right, thank you, Ken. I think we have one more application now. Thank you. Do you want to wait, Craig? Do you want us to wait? Right, okay. Right, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a full application for the erection of 2 detached 4-bedroom dwellings within the village of Raglan. It's also within the Raglan Conservation Area. Application is before members due to the number of third-party objections. So we were on site last week. We were drove into Orchard Close, where this photograph here is taken from. So this is a better view there. So this is the view of the site, and you can see there to the right of on the wall, that's where the proposed access would be off Orchard Close. So the site is currently a large garden area of the property known as Kai Story House. Vehicle access, as I say, would to the property, well, the vehicle access to Kai Story House would be continued and retained to the north of the existing dwelling in the sort of furthest point of the site. However, the 2 new dwellings would be served by a new access directly off Orchard Close, which Phil, you can point the proposed access. An existing outbuilding at the bottom of the garden would also be demolished, and whilst the dwellings would include integral garages, both plots would be served by adequate parking and turning in front of the dwellings. In terms of our detailed consideration, the site is within the development boundary for Raglan, and the plot is considered to be of sufficient size for 2 dwellings, whilst retaining sufficient amenity space for the existing dwelling, Kai Story House. With regard to the visual impact, as noted, it's in the Raglan Conservation Area. The dwellings are considered to be of a simple and traditional design of appropriate scale, with gable and porch detailings to the front elevations, and the use of natural roof slate and painted render is considered an appropriate response to the setting, and as such would preserve the character and appearance of the Raglan Conservation Area. Oops, bear with me. So some concerns have been raised by a third party in respect of highway matters, which, as I stated, would see a new vehicle access off Orchard Close. A short 5-metre tarmac surface would commence the entrance before then leading down into 2 individual driveways. Officers are satisfied that each plot would have adequate space to turn within the site and providing the necessary 3 parking spaces per dwelling, as well as having the ability to exit the site in a forward gear. Whilst the entrance would be onto a private road serving Orchard Close, the applicants need to obtain any necessary agreements and permissions to utilise that is a separate private legal matter. The Council's highway engineer has raised no objection, but has recommended a construction traffic management plan that you'll have noted in the officer's report, and subject to that condition, the development is considered to satisfy policy MV1. With regard to residential amenity, the distances from the plots to the boundaries of the adjoining properties are set out in the officer's report, all of which are considered to meet the accepted distances to boundaries and properties. The only upper floor windows to the side elevations would both serve bathrooms, and the condition to be obscure glazed. So having regard to all matters in respect of residential amenity, both properties are considered to meet all relevant criteria. With regard to affordable housing, based on the revised supplementary guidance, a combined contribution for both would provide £27,120 to be secured by way of Section 106 agreement. And therefore, subject to the signing of this agreement and all of the conditions, the application is presented to members with a recommendation to approve.
Right, thank you very much for that, Craig. Everybody was there, I think, last week at the site inspection. So, do you wish to comment?
My ward touches this ward.
Right, you can be classed as the next ward.
Fine. I was very pleased to find such a large piece of ground in the middle of Raglan undeveloped. My one comment is my standard comment, and it was picked up on the site visit. Could we, Andrew, please have decent roofs? They're very flush-looking roofs. We never get detail, do we? We only get, you know, elevational treatment. In the old days before the war, when we had builders' drawings, we used to have actual.
Which war?
We used to have actual details of the design at the roof position. So with that in mind, I'm quite happy to approve it.
You're moving approval?
Yeah, and my friend seconded it.
Seconded?
I'll second that, Chair.
Even if he wasn't on site.
Right. Show of hands for approval, please. Sorry, we haven't quite finished the meeting yet, members. Right.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting for Jim, shall we cover the appeal decisions really quickly?
I was just going to suggest it, Mark, to save a little time. I'm supposed to be out by 7:30 tonight, but I can't see it happening.
So first and foremost is 24 Belgrave Avenue in Abergavenny, where we were looking at a new dwelling within flood zone C2, albeit surrounded by existing built developments. And there was also no affordable housing contribution proposed, which is something that can easily be mopped up at the appeal. But the short version is the inspector rejected it on both grounds. There was still no affordable housing contribution submitted at appeal, and he took a very clear line on it's a new house, highly vulnerable development, flood zone C2. The answer is no. Interestingly, NRW wasn't objecting, and I think the consequences of flooding could be acceptably managed, but it was that straight policy line. So that's an interesting one. I think we'll take the credit for that one, Peter. Yeah, it was an officer refusal. The next one is Land on Watery Lane in Monmouth. There's a previous permission there for 2 dwellings. This was an amended one for 3. This is a really interesting one, actually. Several reasons for refusal, and the inspector agreed with all of them. It's largely around the building line and it looking like a slightly contrived arrangement. So that was a really interesting decision for us to learn from. And then the third appeal was in relation to Star Roads in Goitra. So again, third win, and we were looking at highway safety, the impact of the proposed transport yards on highway safety, primarily residential amenity, and noise and disturbance. So again, an interesting one because there's a fallback position with a lower key use, but the short version is we won the appeal and the inspector was happy that what was proposed was an intensification. So albeit there's already HGVs using this lane, which isn't ideal, this application made it worse with an intensification in the use of lorries, so both in terms of highway safety and residential amenity. So yeah, so a hat trick, which we were pleased about.
Thank you, Mark. So we're doing pretty well on those. So now, Jim, are you going to be prepared to stand up there, Jim, or are you coming down? No. Do you want to come?
You got your name down here, Jim.
You've shrunk with all the water we've been getting. Are we live streaming at all now,
No,
Richard? That's all right. Sorry? You are still recording. Thank you. Welcome, Jim. Sorry it's been such a long meeting this afternoon for you to come in.
Well, it's more of a problem for yourself, Madam Chair, not me. I've been busy doing other things already, so it's been fine. Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. This is just to...
For the viewers at home, Jim.
I don't normally need one, but there we are. Thank you. This is to consider the confirmation of provisional tree preservation order number MCC 278 on land at Hollycroft, Midway Lane, Abergavenny. The recommendation is that the Planning Committee confirms the tree preservation order without modification. I'll just go quickly through the reasons why I put the order on. The trees to which this order relates are growing on land in the ownership of Mr and Mrs Hall of Hollycroft, Midway Lane, Mardy. The land around the house measures approximately 1.2 hectares and consists mainly of an overgrown formal garden plus a large paddock to the west of the house, and the land contains many trees. In April, we received an inquiry from a Cardiff-based planning consultancy asking if any of the trees at the site were protected. This raised concerns over the possible intention to develop this land before the council had an opportunity to evaluate the tree stock. It was therefore deemed expedient to place an area order over the whole site. The effect of an area order is to protect all trees on the site, regardless of their suitability for inclusion. The order was issued on the 30th of April 2019. As the house appeared unoccupied at the time, copies of the order were attached at prominent locations on the site, and a further copy was posted through the front door. In line with the requirements of the law, copies were also sent to neighbouring properties which share a common boundary with the land to which the order relates. A deadline for objections and representations to the order was included in the covering letters. The deadline expired on the 29th of May 2019, but I'm sure members are aware that this deadline is not mandatory, and local planning authorities are able to accept late submissions after the expiry date. Mr and Mrs Hall, the owners of the land, contacted me to request a site meeting to discuss the content of the order, and in particular which trees it related to. A site meeting was held with Mr and Mrs Hall on the 2nd of July 2019. I explained the reasons for issuing the order, which appeared to be accepted. But Mr and Mrs Hall denied any knowledge of the initial inquiry from a planning consultancy, therefore it was deemed as merely speculative on the part of the planning consultancy. I then asked the landowners if they had any intention to dispose of part or all of the land for development, and was told that there was no intention of that and that they were intending to live at that property. Being mindful of their wish to start work on the restoration of the garden, which is very overgrown, and being satisfied that there appeared to be no intention to develop the land, I agreed to which trees may be removed without an application and confirmed that overgrown shrubs were not subject to the order. I had several items of correspondence subsequent to that. On the 7th of May, we received an email from a local resident expressing support for the order at item 1. On the 17th of June, item 2, we received an objection to the order from Mrs Hall on the grounds that many trees benefiting from protection did not merit inclusion within the order. Well, that's accepted. On the 21st of August 2019, I received a further email from Mrs Hall to advise that she was having a professional tree survey carried out to support the objection and inquiring if it could be included as a late submission. That's at item 3. And the last one I received was on the 28th of August 2019, a further inquiry from the developer Edenstone Homes requesting a copy of the order. This suggested that due to increased interest from developers, there may indeed be an intention to dispose of all or part of this land. And if you'll note the question I posed to Mr. Richard Kelso, one of the directors of Edenstone, at item 4, just as a matter of interest, is the landowner intent on selling the land for development? And his reply was, yes, she is. She approached us and a few other parties, I believe. So that gave further reason for the council to act in the way it did by protecting these trees at this site until we're in a clearer position as to what is actually going to happen with them. I just had one final note on a tree survey that was commissioned, and that was submitted, I understand, as late correspondence to you all. You would have been given a copy of this late correspondence. And the survey was provided by the appellant in order to aid the committee in its decision-making process, I beg your pardon. And that decision would be whether or not to confirm the order, to confirm it without modification in its current form, or not to confirm the order. The appellant claims that there is no intention to develop the land. If this is correct, then I would suggest that a modification of this order to remove certain trees would be acceptable. However, and with the greatest of respect to the appellant, I will remind members that there does appear to be interest from certain parties to develop part of this land if the statement from the director of Edenstone Homes is to be believed. I would suggest that in the event of firm interest from a potential developer, this tree survey document would be a valuable tool in assessing what trees may or may not be worthy of protection at the outline planning stage. in light of the fact that this very document, we would require this from the developer, in light of that fact, it would appear to be money well spent. I should also like to draw the attention to members of certain exemptions within the order that would allow the removal of trees deemed dead, dying or dangerous without the requirement to make an application. And notwithstanding the aforementioned meeting with the landowner, where I have already agreed that certain such trees would come under this exemption, I am more than willing to meet the appellant to discuss this matter further. In conclusion, I feel that given the contact the council has had with certain parties with an interest in developing this land, I recommend that this order be confirmed without modification. And any questions, Chair, if anybody would...
I think you erred on the side of caution, which was very good.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Right, show of hands, I think that's all we're needed, Jim, actually, for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you.
Right, everybody, nothing more to discuss. I think everything's fine. I think you can actually say the meeting is closed and it's 6:30.